Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day for the 2023 Singapore Grand Prix at the Marina Bay circuit. And what a race I think we are in for. A very competitive race it should be. Still, I don't think we'll get a ton of overtaking, but we will get plenty of very important and should be very exciting battles as well. Hello to all you guys watching. Hope you're all doing well after what was a classic qualifying session yesterday in Singapore, where we got the top three cars within a tenth of a second of each other. That's just how close it was in the end. Yeah, and I cannot wait for today's race. Hopefully you guys are excited as well. And I hope as well that no matter what time zone or what part of the world you're from, hope you're all having as best a time as possible given whatever circumstances you're going through. And of course, we'll be starting with the build-up, the preview to the race, and we'll get into the data from yesterday, looking at the sector times and just to see who was quick in certain parts of the track. We'll also get into the long-run pace from Friday's practice too, to look at, on heavy fuel, who will have the best race pace and who will be struggling in that area. And then, of course, I'll get into my own race predictions, and then we'll get a bit more depth into the teams. And as well, we'll touch on race strategy coming into this race, which, of course, is very important. And then we'll get to the watch-along. I will be joined by my co-commentator, Niblo, probably in an hour and a half's time. So, yeah, he will be coming along pretty soon as well. Bear in mind, with Nib, he hasn't, and this is his words, not mine, he hasn't watched anything of the race weekend so far. So, yeah. Do bear with him if he's not quite up to, say where we are in terms of understanding for this weekend. But yeah, obviously it's been such a surprising weekend in Singapore. We've had the top team ending up putting in an absolute stinker yesterday, and it has led to a massive opportunity being created for today's race. One final thing before I properly get into this race preview is there is a poll running at the top of the live chat. And I've asked you guys in that poll, will Red Bull still win the Singapore Grand Prix despite Max Verstappen starting from 11th place? Let me know whether you think they'll still end up winning. Remember, of course, the last team that wasn't Red Bull to win a race was Mercedes in Brazil back in November last year. 10 months ago, that was. Red Bull, up to now, have won, 15 consecutive F1 races. Max Verstappen has won 10 consecutive F1 races. Will that streak be broken today? That's what we're going to find out during this stream. But yeah, let me get rid of that timer and let's get into the data and what happened yesterday. During qualifying, Carlos Sainz got pole position for the second race in a row. What a pole position it was. I did say coming into that session that at best pole position would be, the pole position time would be a late 1 minute 30, but I thought most likely it would be a low 31. Carlos Sainz was the only man in the end who was able to break into the 1 minute 30s, and that was really the key for Carlos Sainz to secure that pole position, because in the end, the others, Russell, Leclerc, even though they put in very good laps, in the end, it just wasn't good enough. Yeah, brilliant pole position lap by Carlos Sainz. George Russell ending up in second, splitting the Ferraris. And yeah, that is a really amazing performance by Russell yesterday. And he has absolutely set himself up for today. Have a great chance at winning yet again in Formula 1 and taking his second Formula 1 victory and Mercedes' first win of 2023. So, yeah, brilliant job by Russell, because really, especially when, you consider that Carlos Sainz's teammate, Charles Leclerc, was not slow yesterday. He was within a tenth of his teammate. To put himself in between the two is, it's just an amazing job that Russell has done there. Because Ferrari quite clearly yesterday were the quickest team. There is no doubt whatsoever about that. And then after that, you've got Lando Norris in fourth. McLaren, they were, I guess you could say they were good yesterday, or decent. But I am disappointed with McLaren. And the reason that is because their upgrade, I don't think has worked. I really don't think it has, because coming into the weekend, I thought they would be one of the top two teams in qualifying, and they weren't. They were the third best team in qualifying, and at the end of the day, they were 0.3 of a second slower than Ferrari in qualifying. If those upgrades that they brought at the start of the weekend, if they had actually worked, I think McLaren would be on pole position, without a doubt. And we will get into the data, the sector time data in a moment, which will prove, in my view, that those upgrades have not worked for McLaren, because the middle sector is where those upgrades would have shown best for McLaren if they have improved the pace of the car by, a good amount. And, of course, these upgrades for McLaren have been aimed at improving their performance in the slow speed corners. And the middle sector, you have quite a few slow corners. So, we'll get into that soon enough. But fourth on the grid is not bad. I have to emphasize that. And, a podium is very much possible today. But I was expecting more, put it that way. Lewis Hamilton fifth. Not a good performance at all from Hamilton. Nearly half a second slower than his teammate. That is a poor performance by Hamilton. And only by a few hundredths of a second, he out-qualified the Haas of Kevin Magnussen. What a lap from Magnussen. Great to see him back to his absolute best. He's had so many poor qualifying sessions this season where clearly Haas were, looking quick in qualifying, but he just didn't deliver the laps when he needed to compared to his teammate Nico Hülkenberg. But thankfully this time he has delivered the lap and has also vied after the qualifying session, the post-qualifying interviews. He has vied to defend for his life, starting from 6th place. So it's going to be hard to overtake Magnussen today. And then you got Fernando Alonso in 7th. Aston Martin definitely, I think, were quicker than that in qualifying. I don't think they were legitimately slower than Haas in reality. I think Alonso just didn't do a good enough final lap, because his gain of lap time from Q2 to Q3 was nowhere near as big as almost everyone. So, Alonso definitely could have done quite a bit better than that. Esteban Ocon, then you've got in 8th place. Hülkenberg in 9th, and Liam Lawson starting in the top 10 for the first time in his Formula 1 career. What a brilliant qualifying session by him. AlphaTauri, though, they were really quick yesterday, because Liam Lawson, the best lap time he did in qualifying yesterday was a 1:32.1. Yuki Tsunoda, who ended up 15th and ended up not doing a lap time in Q2, or completing a lap time in Q2, his best time from Q1 was a 1:31.9. So the pace is genuinely good from AlphaTauri. I think, and again, this is not a criticism of Lawson, because, he's done a great job, and he's done really the best job he could, and he's done exactly what AlphaTauri demand of him. But if Tsunoda was in the top 10 rather than Lawson, I think AlphaTauri's chances of scoring points today would be quite a bit higher. Because, yes, Tsunoda definitely, in qualifying, had more pace in the bag than Lawson ultimately showed in qualifying. So, good pace for AlphaTauri. And I would say, with their new upgrade, obviously they've completely reshaped their side pod and floor, they have definitely improved quite a bit from that upgrade. So great to see, and let's hope going forward that we'll see this AlphaTauri in the top 10 in qualifying on a more regular basis. And then the bottom half of the order, Max Verstappen qualifying in 11th place, and it is a genuine 11th place. It's not bad luck or, a reliability issue for the Red Bull team. Max Verstappen, his final lap was absolutely terrible in Q2. And it's not necessarily his fault, to be honest. I mean, yeah, you could argue that he should have been able to control the rear end of his car better, but the rear end of that Red Bull has been pretty bad all weekend. So bad even that Red Bull, if you remember, I told you guys at the start of the weekend and even yesterday, I told you guys that Red Bull were bringing a new upgrade, and that new upgrade in the end turned out to be a new floor. From practice 3 on, Red Bull have stopped using the new floor because they believe that is what is causing the problem with their car. But still, clearly, the new, that isn't quite the smoking gun of the issue, let's say, for Red Bull, because clearly they were still having issues yesterday. So it's just, I don't know if it's purely this track or maybe because they've got rid of the new floor after Friday practice, they just haven't had with what they had before with their car. They haven't had enough time to get it properly set up. I don't know, but yeah, the problem is still there. I don't think, though, it's as bad, the issue, as it was on Friday. So that is a plus, but it is still, bad. That is clear to see. Max Verstappen almost lost the rear end like 3 or 4 times on his qualifying 2 lap. Pierre Gasly ending up in 12th place. Poor performance by Gasly given where Ocon was. I expected Gasly to be quicker than Ocon this weekend, but yeah, he's been quite clearly slower. Not really sure why, given Gasly normally has been very quick here in the past. He was 7th on the grid here last year for AlphaTauri. Yeah, I don't really understand why he's been so slow this weekend. Sergio Perez 13th, of course, he spun at the end of Q2. That's why he didn't improve his final attempt in Q2. Alex Albon 14th, he just never did a good lap in Q2. And then Yuki Tsunoda, did no lap time in Q2. But if he had done that 1:31.9 in Q2 and in Q3, then he would have ended up starting this race from P10. So Tsunoda is a lot quicker than where he's starting. So that should be interesting to see how Tsunoda moves up the field in this race. So then the bottom half, not the bottom half, but the bottom few cars after Tsunoda, you've got Valtteri Bottas 16th, Alfa Romeo, really surprising in how poor they were. I know with Lance Stroll causing the red flag at the end, that could have been really what cost them, but even before that, they were still in the drop zone. So yeah, Alfa Romeo surprisingly poor in qualifying yesterday. And then Oscar Piastri 17th. Such a shame that Stroll caused the red flag when he did, because Piastri was one of the first 2-3 cars that came after Lance Stroll had his massive accident. So yeah, Piastri, such a shame. But be interesting at least to see him come through the field. Logan Sargent 18th. At least it's good to see that Sargent did not qualify in last place. Zhou Guanyu 19th. Poor performance by Zhou. 4.5 tenths slower than Bottas. That is unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. And then 20th and last, Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll, though, it has been announced, guys, in the last hour that Lance Stroll will not be starting today's race because he is feeling still a bit too sore after yesterday's crash. So Stroll will not be competing today. So it will be just 19 cars. Plus, Zhou will be starting now from the pit lane because Alfa Romeo have changed the car in Parc Fermé. So yeah, obviously that incurs a pit lane start. So yeah, Zhou starting from the pit lane. Stroll will not be starting at all. So it'll only be 18 cars starting on the actual grid itself. Now, oh god, I've just realised I've actually forgot to put up the on my OBS. I actually forgot to put up the sector time graphics. So let me just go back to this quickly. And right, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to do it on screen. Yeah, sorry about this. I should have done it before obviously I went live, but forgot to do so. So yeah, apologies about that. So let me just quickly put these in place. Now get rid of that. So, oh, and let's not show that. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. Just, pure amateur hour from me. But, yeah, I only got these graphics ready like half an hour before the stream started. So, yeah, just extreme brain fade from me. So, let me just quickly get this all done. I can. And I just need to get one more thing done. And then we can properly get into this stuff. Again, apologies, but I clearly forgot. Hold on a sec. Yeah, there you go. Right. Get this put on my OBS. There you go. Right, again, apologies about that. Yeah, so let's get into the sector time data from qualifying. So in sector 1, which is mostly, to be honest, about not power, but it's obviously very high speed. You've got 2 DRS zones, and no surprise, Ferrari were the quickest team through there by nearly half a tenth over McLaren. I've got to say, McLaren, it's very impressive how much they've improved in high-speed parts of certain circuits, because, a few months ago, they would have been horrendous in the first sector here in Singapore, with the type of car they had a few months ago. So really good to see just how much they've improved at high speed for them to be not even that much slower than Ferrari, sorry. Mercedes then, not too far behind. Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, though, lapping at obviously a good speed. Aston Martin in 4th. Obviously, Aston Martin were never going to be that quick in the first sector, but I do have to say, considering how quick McLaren were in sector 1, yeah, Aston Martin definitely should be, tenth and a half closer through this sector. But I think one thing I've especially noticed compared to, when you compare McLaren to Aston Martin, is not only of McLaren, not all of the time, but, some of the time they do prove to have better levels of downforce. But especially at high speed, McLaren have a much more aerodynamically efficient car right now than Aston Martin do. Because we saw it at Zandvoort in I think the first sector there, which is quite high speed, how would you call it? How McLaren were just so much quicker than Aston Martin. I think there it was like nearly 0.3 of a second. So, yeah, that is a big issue for Aston Martin. I think their car is still a little too draggy compared to the McLaren and, of course, the Mercedes cars. And that is costing them. And it will cost them between now and the end of the season as well. And, if Aston Martin were a tenth and a half quicker in the first sector yesterday, Alonso would have qualified in 5th place. So there's definitely more to be found there from Aston Martin. Especially Alonso in qualifying. Haas going at a good speed. Alpine as well, I would say. Red Bull, though, yeah, absolutely horrendous. 0.3 of a second slower than Ferrari in Sector 1 alone. Of course, they were knocked out in Q2. Ferrari would have had access to, a better racetrack in terms of grip and track evolution and all that stuff. But still, 0.3 of a second loss in the first sector for Red Bull is absolutely horrendous. And then you got Williams, who I'm surprised, to be honest, weren't quicker in the first sector. And then Alpha Tauri and then Alfa Romeo. Very surprised Alfa Romeo being really that bad in the first sector, considering they do have, of course, a Ferrari power unit. Now let's get into the middle sector. And the middle sector here in Singapore is the most important, not just because it's the longest, but it really represents what this track is about, which is, very important corners and really need the most downforce. Or the most, well-balanced car that you can get for this track. And Mercedes were just about by a couple hundredths of a second quicker than Ferrari. Given what we saw from practice 2, I remember on Friday, it is a bit of a surprise that Mercedes ended up being so quick. Because I think in practice 2, it was, I think, 1/10 of a second between Mercedes and Ferrari in Ferrari's favour. So, yeah, very impressive that Mercedes were able to be that quick in the middle sector, because I didn't think they would be able to be, right on terms, if not, slightly quicker like they proved eventually to be. So, yeah, Mercedes looking very good with their car. Haas, though, what a brilliant effort in the middle sector. The third best team overall, and only 0.2 of a second slower than Mercedes in the middle sector. That is a brilliant effort by Haas, especially when you consider, their car isn't that much different from the one we saw at the very start of the season. They've only brought like a couple new bits, really, and they do have a massive upgrade coming in a few races' time. So, no upgrades. They've just really got the car hooked up to the track this weekend, and that's why they were so quick in qualifying. So, yeah, well done to Haas, and of course, well done to Kevin Magnussen for putting on the third row of the grid once again. Fernando Alonso in 4th. Definitely Aston Martin and McLaren as well, just behind them. They both should have been a lot quicker in the middle sector. I think Aston Martin should be at least 0.2 of a second quicker, if not even quicker than that. And then McLaren, 1/4 of a second slower than Mercedes. Again, this massive upgrade they've brought, which is basically, in a way, a new car, because they've updated so much of the car. It was supposed to improve their performance in the slow speed corners. The middle sector is full of them, and they were not just slower than Mercedes and Ferrari through the middle sector, they were quite clearly slower by, again, 1/4 of a second, which is quite a bit of time to be losing for a team like them. So, yeah, poor from McLaren. Very disappointing, because I was hoping that if that upgrade did properly work for them, that they would probably end up the quickest team or the second best team at worst in this middle sector, but it just wasn't the case. They were smack bang in the middle of the field. So, yeah, disappointing to see that upgrade has not worked. Maybe, they haven't fully optimized it yet. Maybe they have improved from the upgrade, but just not by as much as they expected. We'll have to see going forward into Suzuka and in later races as well. But yeah, from what I've seen here, they haven't improved with that upgrade, which again is so disappointing, because let's say they ended up quickest in this middle sector by, I don't know, 1/10 of a second. That would have been enough for Lando Norris to be on pole position, because he was only, 0.286 of a second away. So, yeah, it's just so disappointing. That's all you can say, really. I think, though, it does show, saying that, it does show just how far McLaren have come, in the last few months, that we're saying that, 4th place on the grid and 0.3 of a second away from pole in Singapore is disappointing. So let's put some context to that. Alpine, their pace is okay. AlphaTauri's pace is decent. Red Bull's pace in the middle sector is absolutely horrendous. 0.4 of a second slower than Mercedes in that middle sector. That is, just absolutely horrendous. I mean, we saw with Max Verstappen's lap in the middle sector, the rear end of the Red Bull was moving around in almost every single corner. It was not stable really at all. And even Max, I think even back in practice 3 earlier yesterday, was saying that the car was drifting like mad, and that if they were doing a drifting competition, that they would win easily. That's his actual words from practice 3 yesterday. So they just had no rear end go with the rest of their car, and that's why they were so bad in that middle sector. Then Alfa Romeo and Williams way off in the middle sector again. Surprised Alfa Romeo's like a pace, even with possibly their last lap being skewed because of the Lance Stroll red flag. And then the final sector, which is mostly flat out, you only need to slow down for turn 14, which is a slow corner, and then you've got like a medium speed chicane, and then quite a fast couple final corners. So Ferrari, not a surprise, they are the quickest through there by nearly a 10th. McLaren, though, once again in a high speed sector, very quick. And they're just in the slow corners, as we just seen there. They just can't quite match what they're able to do in the high speed stuff. Mercedes, their pace is fine, I would say. I think Aston Martin's pace is definitely quite a bit better in this final sector. So Aston Martin at least getting the best out of their car through there. But the first 2 sectors definitely not good enough for the team. Alpine, pretty decent. Haas, not as good maybe as they could have been. I would have expected them probably to be a 10th of a second quicker through there, which would have been enough for Magnussen to qualify 5th, but that's Haas's problem, not Magnussen's. Max Verstappen in 7th. Red Bull were a bit better in this final sector, but still way too slow. 0.25 of a second slower overall compared to Ferrari. And then you got AlphaTauri. Williams, I'm surprised at them being so slow in this final sector. Then Alfa Romeo, once again, the slowest team. But if we just go back to these first sector times, or actually, let me go back a bit further than that. Go back to the top 10 qualifying results. What do you call it? What was I going to say? Sorry, I was just reading chat there and I just saw a couple comments that distracted me. Before we get into the long runs from practice 2 on Friday, just to see who has this weekend, good race pace and who doesn't. The pecking order from qualifying, let's just go through that quickly. So Ferrari were definitely the best team in qualifying. Then Mercedes 2nd, McLaren 3rd. I still think Aston Martin were quicker than Haas. I just don't think Alonso got the best out of the car yesterday. So I'll go Aston Martin 4th. Then you'd have to say Haas 5th, Alpine 6th. I think the Red Bull probably was, with a clean lap quicker than AlphaTauri. So I'd probably put Red Bull ahead of AlphaTauri. And then, the last 2 teams, you'd have to probably say Williams 9th, Alfa Romeo 10th. And I think that was really the pecking order from qualifying. So Red Bull, in the end, the 7th best team at best. Absolute shocker of a performance by the Red Bull team. And obviously being out-qualified ultimately by Liam Lawson in the AlphaTauri. But I do think, like I said, with a clean lap, I think Red Bull would have been quicker than they proved eventually to be. Right. Let's now get into that long run pace from Friday. Here is the table. Obviously, it's team by team rankings, and McLaren proved on Friday to have the best race pace. For most of the drivers, though, I will quickly just mention who did their long runs on what tyre compound. So for Lando Norris, he did his long run on the soft compound tyre, which I don't think you're going to see anyone today really using. So, yeah, I think theoretically, if he was on that medium compound tyre instead, could have proved maybe to have, an even stronger pace. Obviously, the soft compound tyre, given we've got the 3 softest compounds for this weekend, that soft tyre theoretically should go away pretty quickly and degrade quite heavily. So, yeah, McLaren look very good with their race pace. Aston Martin do as well. Alonso did his long run on the medium compound tyre, so it just shows you that Alonso and Aston Martin they've got a good pace there, but I don't think they've got a good enough track position, unfortunately, to really unlock, the true pace of the car in the race today, and to really get the result that that they deserve to get. And then you got Mercedes and Ferrari on a 138.4 on average, 0.3 of a second slower, both of those teams compared to McLaren. Mercedes were, though, just slightly quicker than Ferrari. And then Red Bull, slightly slower than Mercedes and Ferrari. Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull all did their long runs on the medium compound tyre. So, yeah, Red Bull, their pace is genuinely not good. It's not just a lack of pace in qualifying or anything like that. Their pace just, the pace isn't there, quite simply. And then the 6th best team, AlphaTauri, and I think that clearly does show that they have made quite big improvements with this new upgrade. So that is great to see. I would say, to be honest, I'd say they're probably half a second quicker, AlphaTauri, than they were before the upgrade. So they have made quite a jump up, and I am very much interested to see now, going forward with AlphaTauri, whether, because obviously they are last in the championship, I'm very interested to see whether AlphaTauri can now hunt down the teams ahead of them, obviously being Haas, Alfa Romeo, and a bit further ahead is Williams. Only 8 races to go, so it's going to be quite an effort to not finish in last place for them. So yeah, AlphaTauri's pace looks good. Alfa Romeo's is okay. Now, Alpine, they had the 8th best pace by team, but Ocon did his long run on the hard compound tyre. And the hard compound tyre this weekend is about half a second slower than the medium. So Alpine, in reality, have the 6th best race pace. So, yeah, Alpine have got a decent pace. I wouldn't say it's a great pace, to be honest. But, yeah, Alpine will be just fine, especially with Ocon starting from 8th on the grid. And then the final 2 teams were Haas and Williams. It's important to remember, though, with Williams that it was Logan Sargent who did the only long run for the team in practice 2, because Albon had an ERS problem in second practice. So, yeah, what would have Albon been able to do? I think Albon probably would have lapped around the pace of the Alfa Romeo, if not a tenth or 2 slower. Yeah, Williams, I don't think their pace is really that good. So I don't think you'll be points today, but you never know, of course, what could happen, especially if we get plenty of retirement. So those are that is the long run pace for all of the teams going into this particular Grand Prix. So let's now get into my race prediction. You may have already seen it because of my unprofessional setup of stream. Again, apologies about that. But yeah, let's get into my predictions for the race. So I think a team other than Red Bull finally will win in 2023. George Russell, I am going for Mercedes to win the Singapore Grand Prix. The reason I've got Russell beating Sainz is because I believe Mercedes will have a better pace overall for the 62 laps. Plus, I think when it comes to race strategy, I think Mercedes will be able to find a way to get themselves ahead of Ferrari on track. So, yeah, George Russell, I've got winning this Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz, then I've got in second with Lando Norris just behind in third. The gaps I've done, by the way, that is assuming there is no full safety car. So we'll see what happens with that. We've had a full safety car in every single Singapore Grand Prix, so very, very high likelihood, of course. Charles Leclerc, then, I've gone in fourth place with Lewis Hamilton fifth, Alonso just behind him in sixth, Esteban Ocon in seventh with Max Verstappen right behind him in eighth, Sergio Perez ninth, and in 10th, I'm going Kevin Magnussen. And the reason I'm going with Magnussen in 10th, purely, even though Haas have got a poor race pace, they've got probably the worst in the entire field this weekend, and they tend to have the worst race pace every weekend, to be honest. Yeah, because he's starting from 6th, I think that will massively help his, him finishing in the points. If he was starting in 9th or 10th, I don't think he would finish in the points. So yeah, that's why I've gone with him in P10. But guys, let me know in the live chat right now, who do you think will win the Singapore Grand Prix? That's what I want to hear from you guys before we get into the race itself. Will it be Russell? Will it be Sainz? Verstappen even from 11th place? Leclerc? Hamilton? As we've got there, hour and 23 minutes to go now until the race begins in Singapore. Yeah, let me know who have you got winning this Grand Prix. And I will get to some of your predictions before the start of the race. But yeah, I will get to your comments as well as in a few minutes' time, because next up we are going to go through all of the teams and how they look going into this race in a bit more detail. But what we're going to get into now is what do you call it? What we're going to get into now is race strategy and what Pirelli have predicted to be the best or quickest race strategy for this race today. So let me quickly get that up on my end and then I'll read it out to you guys. So according to Pirelli, a one-stop strategy is expected to be the best strategy for the Singapore Grand Prix. Not a surprise. One, it's a street track and obviously it's hard to overtake, so you don't want to be pitting an extra time if you don't have to. And yeah, given how durable the hard compound tire should be, that definitely should be possible as well. So yeah, no surprise, one-stop strategy for this race. And according to Pirelli, the quickest one-stop strategy today is to start on the medium compound tyre, pit between lap 20 and 30, and then go on to the hard compound tyre, which is the most basic strategy really you can do in a Formula 1 Grand Prix. The other strategies they list are starting on the soft compound tyre, hitting between lap 15 and 25, and then going onto the hard tyre. I don't see that happening at all, though, because the soft compound tyre, I think, will wear out way too much for that to be possible to go to lap 15 or even more. And then if anyone wants to do a two-stop strategy, Pirelli have listed that as well, where you can start on the soft compound tyre, pit between lap 13 and 18, then go onto a set of hard tyres, pit again between lap 40 and 46, and then finish the race on the soft compound tyre. So yeah, should be a one-stop race, and yeah, medium and hard compound tyres will be the order of the day, especially the hard compound tyre. And I would not be surprised whatsoever if we get, at the start of the race, half the field starting on the hard compound tyre. I would not be surprised at all, given how durable it will be. Of course, if you can go, long into this race without pitting, or not without pitting, race that. If you can go a long way into the race until your first and only pit stop, you could benefit a lot from a safety car, and your chances of benefiting from a safety car coming out the right time for you obviously increase the longer you are out there having not made your first pit stop yet. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, if the hard compound tyre was seeing a lot of action towards the start of this race. So let's get into the teams in quite a bit more detail. Let's get into how I think their race will play out. Red Bull Racing we will start with. And yeah, Red Bull, what a terrible qualifying it was in the end. 11th and 13th. It is incredible what we saw yesterday. And it could have been, in terms of where they're starting the race from, and not even could have been, it should have been worse, because Max Verstappen, as far as I'm concerned, got away from what do you call it? Hold on, let me rephrase what I was going to say. He got out of jail yesterday because he was under investigation for 3 separate incidents in qualifying. I think all of them were impeding incidents. One of them was a pretty clear-cut case of him blocking Yuki Tsunoda in I think it was the early part of Q2, and they only gave him a reprimand for that, and also the pit lane incident where he just stopped at the exit of the pit lane. That was a bit more, in my view, 50-50. But yeah, the Tsunoda incident, I think, was a pretty clear end, especially once I watched a couple replays of it up close. It was a pretty clear penalty, considering what we've seen as a penalty for impeding in qualifying during the course of this season. So yeah, this massive inconsistency there from the FIA stewards. I have no idea why why they decided that a reprimand was the harshest punishment they should have gone for. One important thing though to remember, and I know this might get certain people going, and might get certain people going, especially on conspiracy theories. But, of course, when there is a steward's investigation for any cars involved, they will call up to the steward's room the driver and team representative for each of those, teams, drivers, so on and so forth. Max Verstappen went to the stewards with Jonathan Wheatley. Guess who didn't turn up for that incident investigation of blocking on Yuki Tsunoda? Yuki Tsunoda and the AlphaTauri representative did not show up to that hearing, I guess. So yeah, I'll let you guys come to your own conclusions with that, in terms of Red Bull's I don't know, operation there, with AlphaTauri not turning up for the stewards hearing, even though they were involved in the said incident. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, lucky to be starting from 11th. He should be starting from at least like 14th on the grid. Good, Verstappen. But in this race today, what is possible? Well, if we get a really well-timed safety car, I think maybe at best third is possible, but I do not believe, with the car they have this weekend, which is not handling well, and they genuinely don't have the pace this weekend to be the best team. I don't think they are winning the race today. I'm not saying there is zero chance of them winning, because at the end of the day, they have got, the best operation in Formula One, and Max Verstappen is the best driver in the world, but I just don't see it. I do not see it. I would be absolutely amazed and starstruck if Red Bull and Verstappen were to win this Grand Prix. I think at best I could see them finishing third, but again, I think that would require really a really well-timed safety car that would allow them to, benefit from that, quite heavily, whether it's jumping a few positions up the field or being able to pit for a new set of tyres that puts them in a very good, impressive position going forward for the rest of the race. So, yeah, I think 8th and ninth is what they'll end up with. I don't think they've got enough pace to be overtaking, obviously, the McLaren of Norris or the Ferraris, Mercedes, the Aston Martin of Alonso. And with the pace of the Alpine so far this weekend, I think Red Bull will struggle to pass the Alpine because it is very hard to overtake here. Even with the track alterations, I still don't think it's going to be that easy to overtake. I mean, before it was basically impossible to overtake here. So I think we will get probably some overtakes during the race, but it won't be that many. To be honest, I'd be massively surprised if we had 30 or 40 overtakes. That would be quite something. Yeah, Red Bull. What can they do though if there is not a well-timed safety car to try and boost up the field and get a top 5 finish? Well, the only thing they can do, in my view, is start their cars on the hard compound tyre and then run as long into the race as possible and hope for, obviously, that well-timed safety car to come. Other than that, I can't really see what else they can do on race strategy. I mean, maybe you could say start on the soft compound tyre with Verstappen to try and get him 2 or 3 positions up higher in the first 5 laps, but I think that only would benefit him probably for the first 3 or 4 corners, and after that I don't think there would be any more benefit from that. And as well, that would kind of compromise the rest of his race starting on the soft compound tyre, because he would then have to pit quite a bit earlier than ideally Red Bull want to pit, say 10-15 laps earlier. So yeah, I don't think that is a good decision if that's what they go with. Red Bull for this race. But yeah, 8th and 9th is what I'll go for. Very much could be wrong, but I cannot see them winning today. Let me know in the poll at the top of the live chat. Do you think they will win the race today? Surely not. Surely they can't win today. If they do win today, put it this way, they will absolutely 100% guaranteed win every race, after this weekend. Obviously, after this weekend, there'll be 7 races to go. So, yeah, this would be one of the best wins in their history, as far as I'm concerned, especially with the issues they have had. So, let's now go on to the Mercedes team. Very good qualifying. That's the best qualifying session they have had in terms of performance, really, since Hungary, where, of course, I know they're on pole position, but I don't think Mercedes were actually the best team in qualifying Hungary. I think Red Bull that weekend were actually quicker. Mercedes just used the best lap when it most mattered in the end. So, yeah, brilliant qualifying. George Russell, let's just quickly go on to him. Yeah, what a qualifying for Russell. Brilliant lap in the end to prevent the Ferrari front row, because if Russell had qualified in 3rd, I don't think I would predict Russell to win the race today. That's how vital him putting it on the front row is. It gives him now a legitimate chance to win this race. So, yeah, brilliant from Russell. And he's been great all weekend. He's been 2-3 tenths of a second, it looked like, in practice, quicker than Hamilton, his teammate. And then eventually, in qualifying 3, he was nearly half a second faster than Lewis Hamilton. Just an amazing effort from Russell. And yeah, for today's race, how can he pull off the win? Well, of course, at the start of the race, if he gets a better start than Sainz, which maybe he can, then of course that would be the greatest place to do it into turn 1. Obviously, Sergio Perez in last year's Singapore Grand Prix, that's how he won the race, by taking the lead in the first corner, and then Leclerc never really recovered from that. So yeah, that's obviously the first aim. But if he can't get into the lead at turn 1 but maintain second, then it's not all doom and gloom for the rest of the race, because I think if Ferrari do prove to wear their tyres out quite a bit more than Mercedes will, that will benefit Mercedes quite a bit, because what it will mean is Russell will be able to stick right behind Carlos, and then when we get to the pit stops, Mercedes will have good options to be able to get themselves ahead of Sainz, whether it's an undercut, which we know around Singapore is so important, and the gain from a supercut, an undercut may as well be a supercut, given how important it is here. It was a supercut for Sebastian Vettel a few years ago. Regained, 4 seconds from doing an undercut on, I think, Leclerc that day. Yeah, the gain of the undercut is massive. So if they can put themselves in a position where they can gain from that and not come out in too much traffic, then that needs to obviously be their aim, their first aim with their strategy. But if an undercut is not possible because there's no, good gap to drop Russell back into, then they're going to have to just keep him out on track and wait to see what Ferrari do. And then if Ferrari have a clean pit stop and they come out in a load of clean air and they get their strategy all right, then at that point Mercedes are going to have to try either to stay out on track to try and benefit from a safety car being deployed, or they're going to have to try and just do an overcut, and then if they do come out behind Carlos Sainz, then, which they probably would, then, on fresher tyres, launch a fresh attack against Carlos Sainz. So, yeah, we'll see whether that's what Mercedes do. But even if he's second at the end of the first lap, Russell, that's not an issue. That is not an issue whatsoever. Lewis Hamilton starting in 5th. Yeah, not good for Hamilton, because Mercedes are clearly a lot quicker than 5th on the grid. So, yeah, not a good performance from Lewis Hamilton in the end. And I don't think, because of how hard it is to overtake here, I just don't see how Hamilton finishes on the podium. I just don't see it. I think he'll finish in 5th place. I think he'll be close to cars ahead, like Norris, like Leclerc, but I just don't think we'll be able to move up from 5th on the grid, unfortunately. And yeah, Hamilton just hasn't been with it this weekend. He just hasn't looked like, the Lewis Hamilton we all know and love. And you could probably say that that's been the case since we returned from the summer break. He hasn't looked, quite like the same driver. Russell has been not just quicker than Hamilton in qualifying in 2020 or since the summer break here in 2023. He's been a lot quicker. Obviously, Hamilton knocked out in Q2 in Zandvoort, was 8th, I think it was, at Monza, and then 5th, on the grid today, but nearly half a second slower than Russell, who nearly grabbed pole position. So something is not right with Lewis Hamilton. He has said, though, that he's still not having a great feeling with the car, and it's still not quite clicking with him. So quite clearly the issue is his let me try and think of the right words to say this. Quite clearly the issue is the car and him are just not gelling at the minute compared to Russell and the car. And clearly George Russell has, since the Mercedes car obviously in design concept has changed, and Russell of course had a really tough time around the summer. Clearly now he's got on top of any problems having with the balance of the car, and he is right back to his absolute best, which is great to see. I think with Lewis Hamilton, though, starting in 5th, we just go back onto him. Of course, at Monza, they started him on the hard tyre. I'm just wondering, will they decide to go for a bit of a risk and start him on the hard tyre again. The thing is, if they do that, Magnussen alongside them on the grid, if Magnussen starts on the medium, which is most likely going to happen, if Magnussen then gets ahead of Hamilton, Hamilton's race will be completely destroyed because the Mercedes will be so much faster than the Haas in the race today, but Hamilton will struggle to find a way past. So, yeah, I'm just wondering what Mercedes might do there to get Lewis into the fight. Maybe there's not much they can do, unfortunately. Yeah, Russell, I think, will win and get the team's first win since November last year. Hamilton, I'm going in 5th. Let's now go on to the Scuderia Ferrari team. What a day yesterday. Pole position yet again. And, well, what a record they've got as of late when it comes to pole position in 2023. They started on pole at Spa, which was the final race before the summer break. And, of course, in Italy, a couple of weeks ago, they were on pole. And here, they're on pole position. They've really turned things around, have Ferrari. And, of course, a really good omen for them is that they're bringing an upgrade to their car, I believe, next week in Japan. So things could get even better for the Scuderia as they look to end the season in a strong vein of form. Carlos Sainz, though, massive credit to him, delivering a stunning pole position lap just like he did in Monza. And yes, Sainz is absolutely on fire at the minute. And this is the best Carlos Sainz we have seen for a couple years. And it's great to see him back to this level because this is the Carlos Sainz we want to see. This is the Carlos Sainz we all know and love. So, yeah, fantastic to see Sainz up there. In terms of him winning today and getting his second Formula One win, I think really it is dependent on his teammate and what he does at the start. If Leclerc can get ahead of Sainz, or not Sainz, of Russell on the first lap and make it a Ferrari 1-2, then I think Carlos Sainz will win the race because I don't think Ferrari are going to let the two drivers fight, considering how important this race is for them to try and finally get that first win of the season and their first win in nearly a year and a half. And yeah, Carlos this weekend has been quicker than Leclerc. So yeah, Carlos, if he's got Leclerc behind him instead of Russell, then that will transform, I think, the result of his race and allow Ferrari to grab their first win of the year. So the start of this race, guys, coming up in just over an hour's time, is so important. So important to the race. Because again, if Ferrari can get a 1-2 into, at the end of the first lap, if they can have that, then chances of them losing the race are pretty low. They're going to have to do something quite wild to throw this one away if they're first and second at the end of lap 1. Yeah, Carlos Sainz, I think what will happen is it'll be Sainz leading from Russell second, Leclerc third. And then I think somehow, some way, Carlos Sainz will be beaten by the Mercedes of Russell because I don't believe Ferrari have got good enough race pace, and I don't think they'll be able to manage their tyres well enough to pull away from Mercedes and Russell behind. So yeah, somehow, some way, Russell will get past him. And for Leclerc, the reason I think he will not finish on the podium and Lando Norris will finish ahead of him is because McLaren looks so quick on heavy fuel. And I do think Leclerc, because he's not quite at his absolute peak this weekend, I do think that will allow Lando Norris to take the podium position, whether it's an overtake on track or whether it is, Norris doing an undercut on Leclerc to get up to third place. So, yeah, I think Leclerc will miss out on the podium by a few seconds and finish in fourth. And Carlos Sainz will finish in second. If they were to get that result, though, it would be disappointing because, of course, having pole in Singapore, the expectation has to be to win. But it's not the end of the world if they don't win, because if they were to finish in the positions I've got them finishing in, second and fourth, that's 30 points. That's a lot of points, and that will be a massive help to their Constructors' Championship effort. Pulling away, obviously, from Aston Martin, who are just 11 points behind them, but also Mercedes are, 45 points clear of them? So, yeah, but at least it would keep them relatively close-ish to Mercedes. But, of course, if Mercedes were to finish with the result I predicted for them today, the Mercedes would score, 35 points in total. So it would still be more than Ferrari by only a few points. So, yeah. That, it wouldn't be the end of the world is what I'm trying to say. But the expectation clearly has to be to win the race. And the start of the race is the most crucial part, I think, for Ferrari if they're going to win. Let's now go on to Aston Martin, as we've got Fernando Alonso starting from 7th, and definitely that is not as good of a position as he could have got in qualifying. I think at best he could have been 5th on the grid, which would give him a decent chance of making progress from whatever grid position he ended up with. And of course, he starts in 7th. He will make progress from 7th. He's not going to finish in 7th. He will pass Kevin Magnussen during the race, even if it's not on track. He will get that done. But because he's starting too low down, even though Aston Martin have got a good, strong race pace, I don't see him being able to benefit from that, because he's just starting too low down to benefit. So that's why I've got him in 6th place. Yes, such a shame that he couldn't get a bit higher on the grid. Of course, Lance Stroll not racing today because he's feeling too sore after that crash yesterday, which was quite a hefty one. Probably the biggest crash of the season so far. One of the biggest of the season so far. So, yeah, hopefully, he's not too much pain. But for Fernando, yeah, qualifying really has cost him what could be or could have been a podium, I think, this weekend had Alonso done a much better lap. So, yeah, Alonso, I've got finishing in 6th. And if they were to end up only with 6th place with Fernando from this race, I think they would be very disappointed, coming out this weekend. Because I think coming here, they were hoping and had probably a good expectation of finishing on the podium. So, yeah, I think they quite rightly should be disappointed if they do end up with that result. And of course, only one car in play, which doesn't help for their Constructors' Championship effort. So, yeah, not great for Aston Martin. Let's now go on to McLaren quickly before we head into the midfield. Lando Norris qualifies and starts from 4th on the grid. Not bad. It's a good position for McLaren. I mean, when you consider, where they are in the championship, the progress they've made and all of that. But again, with the upgrades they brought this weekend, they were expecting definitely better than 4th on the grid. I think they were expecting probably to be on the front row of the grid this weekend. But yeah, in the end, they were 0.2 of a second from a front row. Yeah, it's just very disappointing considering what I was expecting coming into the weekend, and as well given the massive upgrade they brought, where they brought a new, floor, new engine cover, which is basically a new side pod. I think, new parts to the front wing as well. It was a massive upgrade. They basically upgraded all of the key elements of the car. So I guess you could say it's just a new car in general. And of course, only Lando Norris is running it this weekend. So I think McLaren absolutely were right come into this weekend expecting at minimum a front row start for the Singapore Grand Prix. But yeah, 4th on the grid, it's not terrible. I do think they will finish on the podium, which will be, considering their pace, in reality, that would be a good result for them. So yeah, third on the in the race would be good. I don't think, by the way, Oscar Piastri, who is starting from 17th on the grid, unfortunately, I don't think he will finish in the points because I think that's way too far back on the grid to get into the top 10, even if he benefits from a safety car. I think he'll probably finish Piastri 11th at best. Not actually, no, not 11th at best. I think 12th at best is where Piastri will finish. And of course, Oscar has an even tougher job because he doesn't have the updated parts. So, you know, if McLaren, if they have factually gained from that upgrade, then Piastri will be suffering even more. So yeah, not great for Oscar, but that is the job, the task he has ahead of him for this particular Grand Prix. Lando Norris, I think, will finish in third, which means 15 points for McLaren. Wouldn't be the end of the world. Aston Martin ahead of them in the championship are 102 points clear of McLaren, so they would at least get the gap down to under 100 points. But I think really they should be gaining quite a few more points on Aston Martin coming out of this race. If anything happens, you know, any shenanigans happen between Russell and Sainz, maybe that will be you know, the key to maybe allowing McLaren to win the race. But yeah, given what's happened to Red Bull this weekend, I think, and as well given all of the upgrades McLaren have brought, I think McLaren should be winning this race this weekend and taking advantage of that. But they're not, and it is sad to say. But you know, they are still in a competitive position, so there's no need to, you know, get too down on them. And again, as I said earlier with them, we have to remember the progress McLaren have made. You know, back at the start of the season, they had arguably one of the slowest cars on the grid. So let's remember that. Anyway, let's now go into the midfield. Esteban Ocon for Alpine starting in 8th place. A brilliant lap by Ocon. I don't think he could have done any more. I don't think you can ask any more of Ocon. Alpine, I didn't think would be 8th on the grid coming into the weekend or even after Friday practice, where they looked pretty slow. They were what, 12th and 17th in practice too on Friday, and it just wasn't looking good for them. But obviously, both Red Bulls getting knocked out in Q2, of course, helped. What do you call it? Lance Stroll having his accident in the Aston Martin definitely helped, you know, having one less car to worry about. But still, great effort from Ocon and Alpine, and I think they will score a few points today. I think Ocon will beat Kevin Magnussen, who starts ahead of him, because the Alpine is going to be a lot quicker in the race today, and will manage its tyres a lot better. And yeah, I think Alpine will get, 7th place, which would be 6 points, and would pull them even further clear of the teams behind them. Of course, Alpine are going to finish 6th in World Championship, which of course is not a good season for the team. So yeah, Alpine 7th in the race. I think realistically is the absolute maximum they can get out of this Singapore Grand Prix. Yeah, Gasly though, after just have say a quick word about him, I don't get why he's been so slow. He was not only 7th for AlphaTauri here last year, but even back in 2019 for Toro Rosso, I think he finished 7th here for the team. So he's always been quick here. This weekend has just struggled with the car. So yeah, not a good enough performance, I'm afraid. Maybe he can nick a point from this race. Of course, he's only starting 12th. It's not like he's starting from 16th or something. But yeah, not a great performance at all from Gasly, who's been mostly on top of his teammate Ocon in the last few races. But at least Alpine, after what was a god-awful Italian Grand Prix, they're actually probably going to score points today. Now let's whiz through the final few teams. Williams, 14th and 18th on the grid. they just don't have the car to finish in the points. They're going to have to hope for quite a bit of luck, I think, to get into the points. Alex Albon is starting from 14th, which I think is a really good position, to be honest, because I don't think Williams' car is quick, really, at all, or really quick enough to be 14th on the. So, yeah, Albon, brilliant job to get, up on the same row of the grid as the Red Bull of Sergio Perez. Yeah, great by him, but it's going to take quite a bit of luck for them to get into the points. Logan Sargent 18th, decent effort from Sargent. Not qualifying in last place, and can't remember what his lap time loss was to Albon in Q1. Let me just have a quick look actually to see what his lap time loss was. But yeah, at least he didn't qualify in last place, where I expected him obviously to start. In Q1, Albon did a 32.6 and Sargent did a 33.2. So still way too slow compared to his teammate. But at least he's not starting in last place. That's all I can really say about him. But yeah, Williams will not finish in the points today. Haas F1, what a qualifying for them. 6th and 9th on the grid. That, I think, is their best qualifying of 2023. And I didn't expect it to come at this part of the season, because normally they start the season well and always drop off as the season goes on. But for them to produce this performance when, again, this Haas car has not really been updated at all compared to other teams comparatively, 2023 is incredible. It really is. And I have to say a big well done to the engineers of Haas and the drivers for producing what they did yesterday. Kevin Magnussen splitting Hamilton and Alonso on the grid in Singapore. That's something I did not think I was going to be saying coming into this race. And because he's starting from 6th, even though Haas's pace will be poor, I do think Haas will still end up in the top 10 because they're starting so high up in the top 10. Plus, it is so hard to overtake here. So that's why I've got Kevin Magnussen finishing in 10th. Nico Hulkenberg, I think, probably will finish, 13th, 14th. And will obviously suffer quite a bit more from the poor Haas race pace. But credit to Kevin Magnussen. It is so great to see him doing what we I've seen from him so many times over the last few years, where he's produced these incredible qualifying laps and put the car in a position that is way too high on the grid, really, for what they deserve. So yeah, massive credit to Magnussen. And given that I do like him, quite a bit, Kevin, I like him, especially as a person. I do hope he gets at least a point today. That would be good to see for Kevin. Of course, recently was announced to be staying at the Haas F1 for this big way to celebrate going forward. Alfa Romeo 16th and 9th, were 19th on the grid. Show now starting from the pit lane, but still technically 19th. Yeah, terrible pace. I have no idea why they were so slow. I think going into qualifying, I think I said that they would be the 7th best team, and they were nowhere near that. They were, in the end, probably the slowest team in qualifying. Again, I don't get that. And the reason I don't get that, especially, is because if you go back to the Hungarian Grand Prix, which that track, the Hungaroring, not exactly similar to this track, but it definitely has similarities. They were 5th and 7th. This weekend, 16th and 19th. Like, I just don't get how, how they've dropped off that much. And as well, what is more baffling is they have also brought a few upgrades this weekend, but have turned in this performance. So yeah, I have no idea why that's happened. Maybe this is just, in particular, this track and the conditions here in Singapore. I don't know. But yeah, shocking performance yesterday. And yeah, they're not going to finish in the points. Absolutely no chance. And finally, AlphaTauri, Liam Lawson starts in the top 10 for the first time in his Formula One career. And wow, what a lap to knock out Max Verstappen. And you would have heard my reaction on the qualifying watch along yesterday. It was incredible to witness what Lawson did there. So yeah, just I still can't believe that we actually saw that happen. And yeah, Liam Lawson starting from P10. I think he does have a pretty good chance of finishing in the points because of Haas's race pace issues. But I think because Magnussen is starting just that quite a bit higher up on the grid, I think that's what is going to cost Liam Lawson the chance of finishing in the points. And that's why I've got Lawson finishing probably in 11th place. But if Magnussen has some sort of issue that slows him up quite a bit more during the race today, such as a really bad start or a bad pit stop, and that allows Lawson to get ahead, then I think Lawson will finish in the points in E10. And AlphaTauri definitely have got a car good enough, given where they are track position-wise compared to everybody else. I think they've definitely got a good enough car to take at least a point from this race. And great to see as well that they have improved with their performance. They've improved a lot compared to, obviously before they brought this new car upgrade. New side pod, new floor, I think a new rear wing, part of the rear wing as well. So great to see that, the AlphaTauri have improved. And going forward for what do you call it? Going forward for the rest of the season, I think AlphaTauri should definitely be quicker than teams like Alfa Romeo. Maybe not at every track, but maybe Haas, especially in the races, you would expect that. Maybe quicker than Williams as well. Yeah, I think with this big jump in performance, which looks to be maybe not exactly half a second, but around half a second, I think that would be realistic to expect from them going forward. And I think definitely we can expect points finishes coming with this team in the next races. As how many points they do score, we'll have to see when we get to those races. But yeah, Lawson, I think we'll just miss out. Watch out for Yuki Tsunoda though. He did have the pace for sure to get into the top 10 yesterday in qualifying, but was impeded and then had an issue, I think, at the very end of the session as well. So definitely could have had a better session. So there you go. Those are all of the teams, as we have got just over 40 minutes to go until the race begins in Singapore. So let me know, guys, in the chat in the next 40 minutes, who do you think wins the Singapore Grand Prix? Will it be Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin? Let me know. Of course, remember to keep voting in the poll at the top of the live chat. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do watch-alongs for every qualifying and race, do previews, reviews, constant real content on this channel, and we do keep you bang up to date with everything going on in Formula One. So make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new. And for everybody watching right now, make sure to smash the like button. We're currently on 44 likes. Let's try and get up to say 55, 60 plus likes if we can in the next 20 minutes or so. That'd be great if we could do that. But yeah, I will read out a few comments. And then soon, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to post the link of the stream back out. And also bring my co-commentator for today on. Of course, it's Niblo. So, and one thing I will do quickly, actually, drink, because I've got a slight headache. Give me a sec, guys. Right, there you go. And yeah, cannot wait for this race today. Cannot wait, and I'm just hoping we don't get. That one thing I'm hoping for is we don't get too many safety cars or virtual safety cars or red flags, because I think, given how mixed up the grid is, I think the more green flag racing laps we get, the better. But obviously, that's an obvious thing to say. But I just think, especially, with certain cars out of position who will definitely make progress up the field, I think, yeah, we don't want to have too many delays, and we don't want to have like a stop-starty race, which, I mean, we can have in Singapore sometimes. It is possible. But yeah, let's hope it doesn't get too much like that. Right, let me read out some comments in the chat. Vince says, I'm picking Russell for the win, but I'd like to see Max continue the streak. Blue Flag Alpha says, I predict Liam will finish in the top 10. Kiefer says, had Stroll not crashed, Piastri would knock Alex Albon out in Q1. I'd have to go back and look, to be honest, because I can't remember exactly who finished where. I think, yeah, Albon was one of the final 2-3 positions. I can't remember, though, exactly. But yeah, let me just find some comments here. Vinster says, I selected no in the poll. I do wonder if Max can undercut the field early and then not stop at one of the safety cars to come out with a win. I was thinking that before the stream today. I was thinking, what if Red Bull hit after like 5 laps, come out at the back, and then they'll have an undercut then advantage on everyone. What will happen then? But to be honest, I think it's pretty hard to say what that would result in, because, I mean, obviously he would then catch the back of the pack very quickly, but if the back of the pack stays out for quite a while before pitting and he can't overtake quick enough or at all, then that strategy is, will be dead on arrival. So yeah, maybe they'll try that. Maybe they'll start the soft compound tire, gain 2 or 3 positions, and then lap 5, lap 6, or even lap 7 or 8, come in for a really early pit stop, and then try and undercut everyone. Maybe that's what they'll try and do. But again, I'd be surprised if they tried that, because I think that'd be a bit too risky of a strategy, and it could end up actually making their race result worse than better. Yvonne says, hi chat, how you doing? I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Mickey says, in my opinion, it's fine because he's already starting low down. If he was P1, I think he would get a grid penalty, which isn't right. Yeah, I think there'd be definitely a lot more pressure to penalise if if he ended up taking pole position. Right. Ken Wallace says Red Bull told Alpha not to turn up, which is why you shouldn't have a second team. Yeah. I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that. If I can find some more comments here. Yeah, Mickey saying earlier, pro podcaster moves. Yeah. So embarrassing. Jay Rothwell says Piastri didn't even get into Q2. How is Norris fourth bad? Piastri was 13th fastest for his first lap. It's on that. This is the thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying, though, it's disappointing given where they've been as of recent and given that they've brought so many upgrades for this weekend's race, which, of course, they would have expected, at least a half a second gain. And I don't think that half a second gain has actually happened. I don't think they would have been, 8th, 9th on the grid without the upgrade. And I know Piastri, was 17th, and he didn't do a great first run, but I don't think that first and only run he did in the end, Piastri, that eventually saw him knocked out in 17th. I don't think that was Piastri's best effort. I don't think you can look at that lap from Oscar and say that is, a lot more representative of, where McLaren are without the upgrade. So, yeah. Again, it's not bad, but it's not, again, considering where they've got to, it's not great or amazing. A light 110, I think that is. What is the likelihood of Lando Norris winning? Probably 20% at best, and that's probably being generous. Vinster says Max reported he kept borrowing, or I think you mean bottoming out. Yeah, you corrected yourself. Max reported he kept bottoming out under braking. That's a problem since they couldn't touch the cars last night. Yeah. I think they tried to run the cars lower to the ground in qualifying compared to how they were running it in practice, and I think that's what the issue was. And I think what he means by bottoming out in braking is as soon as he hit the brakes, coming obviously from high speed to to lower speed or low speed, the car just bouncing and moving around too much, and that's why he couldn't get the car under control. So yeah. One thing I do want to say quickly with Red Bull, and I did touch on this at the very end of the qualifying watch along yesterday, but what do you call it? I know we've had a new technical directive that's come into force, and it's been in force since the start of this weekend, and I've seen certain people saying, "Oh, is this why Red Bull are so slow this weekend?" We are not going to know, for sure. I mean, we're never going to know for certain 100% ever, because you're never going to know exactly how it has affected the Red Bull car. But for us to know, looking at the results and the data and all of that, the data that we have available to us, we're not going to know that until next weekend. Because if next weekend they go out and they lock out the front row, then of course it'll just, would have proved that it was just an issue that is specific to this weekend's race. But if next weekend they're, really slow again, then yeah, it is most likely because of this technical directive. So we can't sit here and say why this is, certainly, and how this relates, to the technical directive. We can't sit here and get into that until next week in Japan. So let's hold off on that. Mickey says, I still think it's just a setup mistake, and I think they'll be back on top next race. Yeah, that's my belief. It's just an issue with the setup of the car. Plus, maybe the car just isn't handling the track well, particularly, compared to the other tracks normally. Anyway, right, I need now to post a link of the stream out in a couple places, so I'll just do that quickly, and then we'll come back to you guys in a second. I think I need to bring Nib on in a moment. So right, let me just quickly do this. Join us here to Watchalong, the race in Singapore. And I'll just throw it out quickly on Twitter. Pretty much all the cars on the grid now, as of course the 30-minute. You have to be out of the pit lane 30 minutes before the race. Of course, that won't apply to Zhou, Guan Yu, who's starting from the pit lane. Come join us here to watch along the Singapore GP. Do quick hashtag. There you go. And there you go. And one final thing I shall do before I bring Nib on. I'm just going to have to hide the timer for a second because I just want to delete a few of these graphics. Just because I just want to, make sure that the stream runs as smooth as possible. Quickly do all of this. And I'll quickly show it before I delete it. There you go. That's my race prediction. Russell, Sainz, Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, Verstappen, Perez, Magnussen. So there you go. And let me get the timer back on screen. We've got 28 minutes now until lights out in Singapore. There you go. Get ready now to bring Nib on. So in a few seconds. And right. Get Discord up and bring him on. Right. Are you there, mate?
I am.
Yeah,
Hello.
all loud and clear. Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing?
Well, I've just been playing some Rainbow Six Siege and I've lost my mind. But apart from that, we're doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I was losing my mind yesterday through qualifying, screaming my head off. What a session it was. And just to clarify, so people know, you haven't watched anything, have you?
I have not watched a single second of a live F1 this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday was crazy, especially when Lawson went into the top 10 and knocked Verstappen out. I think everyone was basically screaming at that point. Yeah, what a session, and so great that we have got, this mixed up grid, especially here. And yeah, if Red Bull win today, then as I said yesterday, fair fucking play. They are the best team ever if they win this race. So yeah, let's just get into, some of the, talking points before we get into the race. Firstly, with Red Bull, again, you haven't watched any of the action, but I mean, obviously, you would have been talking about it on social media. Red Bull have had issues with the car. They had to remove the new updated floor they brought here, and had to play around with the ride height, I think, during practice and qualifying. And at the end, I mean, Max was saying in qualifying, the car was bottoming out under braking and was just very uncomfortable to drive. You know what's funny? It reminds me, and it's not the same issues, but this is very similar, isn't it, this weekend to 2015 here, where Mercedes dominated that season, and then they just turned up here and were absolutely terrible, and I think they were like well over a second slower than Ferrari that day. It was just incredible. But yeah, do you think Red Bull can actually win from 11th on the grid, even with the issues they've had?
Nah, not a chance. I mean, there's no indicator that they've got any sort of pace in the race. We've seen them have poor Fridays in terms of pure lap time. But even their race pace wasn't good on Friday, and then they've tried to blow the car, gone against the simulations, and it's just not worked in qualifying either. So yeah, I think you can. I mean, if Max finishes in the top, yeah, no, I'm gonna say if Max finishes in the top five, I'd be pretty surprised today, to be honest. Um, I mean, I did see on Twitter that he was drifting around quite a lot, so
Yeah.
that's not exactly what you want at Singapore. So yeah, I highly doubt that they'd finish in the top five today, especially Max.
Yeah, I don't see them doing it. I actually saw after qualifying that in practice 3, Max was saying to his engineer that if they were doing a drifting competition, they would win because
Yep.
he said he was basically just drifting through every single corner, and we saw it in Q2. Every time he turned into a corner, he was having to correct the rear end because it was coming around on him every single time. And of course, Perez ended up spinning. I think at turn 2, turn 3. So yeah, just horrendous for Red Bull. And yeah, I think a top 5 would be a really special result for them with all the problems they have had. But yeah, we'll see what they do in the race. But yeah, they're gonna have to get really lucky today, I think, if they're gonna be anywhere near the podium. Yeah, the fight for the win today. Thankfully, we've not got it's not all about how Red Bull will eventually get into the win or get into the lead or what lap will they get into the lead or anything like that. We have got Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, and maybe if Alonso can,
One McLaren.
oh yeah, one McLaren, and maybe if Alonso can have a good start, which we have seen here before in Singapore, maybe him in the Aston Martin as well. We've got many cars at the front who should be pretty similar on pace. So I don't think there'll be a massive difference between the top 5, top 6 in this race today. Obviously, Sainz is on pole for Ferrari, Russell second, Leclerc third. How surprised are you at Ferrari's pace this weekend? I thought they'd be doing well to be in the top 5 coming into the weekend, but yeah, first and third, and probably should have been a front row lockout. What a performance! And yeah, what do you think of their performance?
Well, yeah, I don't think coming into Friday anyone expected them to be topping the timesheets like they were. But I think after Friday, we're probably expecting this, weren't we?
Yeah,
But certainly Science has been in great form, had a great season as Science, and he's put it on pole again. Obviously challenged pretty late on by George, but yeah, another great weekend for Ferrari, and surely they've got to win this Grand Prix.
you'd think, yeah. It's gonna be still gonna be hard. Obviously, Mercedes look pretty quick, and Russell is on absolute top form. But I still have a feeling with them that they're gonna fuck up somehow, and that they're gonna, I don't know, let's say Mercedes trigger an undercut and Ferrari don't react to it or something. I still have a feeling that something like that could happen. So yeah, that's why ultimately I've gone with Russell to win the race. Hopefully the top few cars get through unscathed on the first lap. It was funny actually. I don't know if you saw this, but in the press conference they asked Sainz and Leclerc about the 2017 start here in Singapore, where
Yeah.
obviously we had the sandwich with Vettel, Raikkonen, and Verstappen. I'm really surprised anyone actually seriously asked them about it, to be honest. But if Leclerc does get, say, I don't know, up the inside of Russell, like this close there, let's say that situation does develop off the line. Do you see Leclerc actually trying to go for the lead at the first corner? Do you think he's psychotic enough to go for that?
He's a Leclerc, bro. His brother is
Yeah,
you know what he is.
yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Charles went for the lead into turn one. No doubt about it. But I mean, I don't think it we're going to see a 2017 all over again.
Yeah, let's hope
Um,
not.
I mean, got to remember that was wet as well.
Yeah.
Like, that, um, but yeah, I can't believe that I've asked them that in the press conference. That's quite funny.
Yeah. Yeah. If none of you guys have seen, his brother Arthur is, yeah, he's another level of psycho on the track. There was one time, I think it was Austria, where I think at turn 5 he tried to overtake like 4 cars with a dive bomb, and he just ended
Oh,
up veering into one car and flying off into the barriers. Yeah, he can be pretty mental, and we've seen Leclerc. He can sometimes be way too over the top, but if Ferrari are going to win, I think if Leclerc can at least get past Russell, I think then pretty much at that point, even if they do make a slight fuck up, I think pretty much at that point secured. They'd have to do something truly special to throw that away. Then again, they did have a 1-2 at Monaco last year, and we saw they threw that away. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, the only other things really to touch on is obviously we know Oscar. He's not running the upgraded McLaren. Plus, he got unlucky at the end yesterday with Stroll's accident. Have you seen about the McLaren upgrade? Have you seen all of that stuff?
well, I've seen that it's basically the whole new car, but I haven't exactly seen how Lando has looked throughout the weekend.
Yeah, they haven't, at least in my view, I don't think they've gained really that much from it, unfortunately. Um, According to Lando, it was supposed to help in the slow speed corners, but I mean, in the middle sector, they were slower than Haas even in qualifying. So it's not working. It probably has gained them time, but it's just not gaining them as much as I think they probably thought it would. So yeah, that's obviously disappointed. But yeah, with Oscar 17th, is a point that likely?
Probably not, because he got done by Stroll's crash. I did see that, and thankfully, Stroll didn't get collected
Yeah.
because that was quite sketchy. Have you actually seen the video from the grandstands of Stroll's crash? I mean, that gives you a true view of just the absolute speed of which he's gone off at.
I think I saw, I might have seen it in passing on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find it. I saw, I think, the start of the clip. But yeah, we saw on the broadcast, what was it? He crashed, his tire flew off, and then Norris, thankfully, just about missed it. So yeah, really thankful that nothing bad came of that. And yeah, one obviously, I guess the absolute last thing to touch on is Lance Stroll. Obviously, he's not racing today because he's feeling too sore to be able to race. Obviously, at the minute, Lance Stroll, he's not just performing poorly, like we've seen from like Sergio Perez this season for Red Bull, or with others. This is like extra special levels of bad. Surely they can't continue with him past 2024 if he keeps this up. Do you think they'll just keep with him forever, even if he's performing this badly? Because I'm even thinking at this point, surely this is gone past the point of no return with him, because he's way too. Wasn't he? I think he was last in qualifying last week, the last Grand Prix at Monza as well. He's any pace he may have had has completely gone. So, do you think we're getting near the point that he's finally going to get dropped, or do you think they'll just never drop him?
Well, it should be. Well, I mean, if they extend his contract, then it's like what on earth? Because I mean, we've been defenders of Stroll in the past, like just saying that his quality's been really bad. He usually has some great starts, and then his race pace isn't actually that great. But I mean, this season has been horrendous. And if they okay, rant time, if they seriously believe that Lance Stroll can get to the same level as Fernando Alonso, they are smoking crack. Pun fully intended. Like, what? Those comments during the week were absolutely ridiculous. I mean, heck, I don't rate Dragovic that much, but seriously, I'd rather Dragovic in that Aston Martin than Stroll at this point
Mm.
because Alonso's having to do everything by himself.
Yeah, it's a one-man team. It's been a one-man team basically since like May. It's
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's well didn't their team principal, he didn't say, I thought he said he is at the same level rather than he can get to that level. That's what I thought he said. Which is
I think
even
that
worse.
is actually what he said. Yeah. I mean, I get it. He's trying to defend his driver, but I mean, that's just come on.
Yeah.
Come on. There's only two other, or maybe three other drivers on the grid, like at the near the same level of Alonso. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Let alone bloody Lance Stroll.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised that that he's defending him because obviously, you know, his dad owns Lawrence owns the team. And then, you know, obviously we had a couple weeks ago, he said that Stroll's bad results is down to the team and it's their fault, and that Stroll has been really unlucky this season, which again is just not true. Anyone with a brain can see that that is just not true. He's had a couple races definitely where he's been a bit unlucky. I remember, I think the very start of the year in Saudi Arabia, he was running well, third, fourth place, and then had a breakdown. But other than that, what has happened that's like destroyed his race? I can't think of really anything. And then, I mean, you sent me that stat earlier, didn't you? That what was it? Fernando, in the first 3.5 race weekends. Yeah, go on.
Fernando Alonso has more points after Baku's sprint race than Lance Stroll has scored up to this point at the Singapore Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's an incredible stat. It really is. I mean, Fernando would have had what? I mean, Fernando finished on the podium in the first 3 races.
5 races?
Yeah, I think it was 5 podiums in the first 6 races for Alonso. And I think that's what makes Stroll, especially around like May, June time of this season. That's why I was so harsh on him, because at that time of the year, Aston Martin were really quick and Stroll was absolutely nowhere to be seen. Like when Alonso finished second in Monaco, Stroll was, you know, riding the wall, bashing the wall around the track, getting lapped, I think, 1 or 2 times, and he pitted like 4 or 5 times as well. You know, it was terrible from him. And like you said, I would rather Felipe Drugovich in the car, even though I don't rate Drugovich that highly. There's plenty of drivers I think would do better than him if, you know, if he was to get that chance. But yeah, just horrendous. And surely, at some point they have got to drop him. The rumor we're hearing is that obviously because of the Honda deal that Aston Martin have signed, that Yuki Tsunoda possibly will be at Aston Martin, I don't know, in 2025, 2026. Maybe that will happen. Oh yeah, that's one last thing I want to touch on. Obviously Liam Lawson and his great performances, but also, what do you think about the rumours that Red Bull are pushing possibly for a Lawson and Ricciardo lineup at AlphaTauri next?
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I'm a Daniel Ricciardo fan. I love the man, but that AlphaTauri team next year should 100% be Liam Lawson and I nearly said Daniel Ricciardo and Yuki Tsunoda. Like if you want Daniel Ricciardo driving in F1, bin off Perez. It's simple.
Yeah.
Don't get rid of Yuki because he's going to bugger off to whoever Honda supply. Like, it's just, it's not what Yuki needs in his career. It's not like Yuki needs a break like these other drivers have, where they become reserve driver for a year, like Albon did, and like it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, when I saw that rumor, I was absolutely baffled. I think the only thing of it that makes sense is that, I mean, the reason Tsunoda, I believe, was put into AlphaTauri really is because of the Honda partnership that especially they had at the time. But Tsunoda has proven to be obviously good enough to be in that car, but it's just annoying because it feels like sometimes with Red Bull they don't really care that much who is in the AlphaTauri, but then sometimes they do. You know, you had Gasly and Tsunoda in there last year. We both knew that none of those drivers at the time had a chance of getting into the Red Bull because Red Bull didn't really, I think, care about them in regards to them possibly getting a Red Bull seat. And now suddenly they're, really keen for a Lawson-Ricardo partnership. And it's just, it just doesn't, it doesn't make sense. But
Well, because Horner loves Ricardo.
yeah,
it's that simple.
yeah. And plus, from a marketing standpoint, obviously Ricardo is a massive plus for them. But it's not like they're struggling for marketing as an organization. And of course, I think I sent it you earlier on Twitter, that rumor that AlphaTauri next year possibly could be renamed Adidas. Which, if that's true, then yeah, I don't even know what to say to that. That would be so stupid in my view. Adidas F1 team.
It'd just be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
like Hugo Boss makes a lot more sense, right?
Yeah.
It's so hopefully it's Hugo Boss instead of Adidas.
Well, the thing is, the people that reported it was I think a German news outlet, so maybe it's just them putting their name in there just to get some news going. But yeah,
maybe,
with the Hugo Boss one, I think there's been more than one story about that, so it's probably the Hugo Boss one. I would imagine is more likely, and let's hope so because that has definitely a better ring to it. Yeah, we've got 7.5 minutes now to go until we get this race underway. So what I'll just quickly do is finish up the poll in the live chat. I'll just quickly go through these results. It appears in the chat. And thank you guys for voting as well in this poll. 352 votes on the poll where I asked, will Red Bull still win the Singapore Grand Prix with Max Verstappen 11th on the grid? And with 57% of the vote, you guys voted no. And then yes, obviously taking 42% of the vote. I am surprised it's that close, to be honest. But given how amazing Red Bull have been this year, and obviously I've got this amazing run still going, I think maybe that's playing on certain people's minds going into this race, that maybe even with the odds massively stacked against them, that they'll somehow, some way still end up winning. But yeah, surely it can't happen today. They would need, I think, two major things to happen. One, for it to prove a lot easier to overtake, and secondly, for them to get really lucky with the timing of a safety car. Those two things would have to happen for them to even have more than a 0% chance, really, of winning. As well, have you seen the new layout at all? Have you not even seen just a slight bit of it in the final sector?
I haven't. Well, I've watched anything, but I did see coming into the weekend what the go of it was. It looks shit. So I'm really not for it. So
yeah, it will make overtaking possibly easier. But yeah, it
that doesn't sound very encouraging.
Well, the problem is, and Lewis Hamilton actually mentioned this on Friday, that the drivers were wanting a fourth DRS zone installed in that area. And I think 4 of the 10 teams said no, and he was criticizing them Friday for that. There probably should be a DRS zone there, even though it wouldn't really be massively effective. But yeah, it is. I think with qualifying yesterday, that was the only maybe disappointing thing. Is obviously that final sector is really exciting to watch, especially in qualifying with how close they get to the wall through some of the slower corners. So yeah, we'll have to find out in the race. I mean, Lewis Hamilton was full of praise for the layout on, I think, Friday, and I think also they've redone the track surface as well. So yeah, drivers seem to like it, but we'll see if it actually, if we get more than, I don't know, 5 overtakes. The F1 intro is now starting to play. So let me get rid of this timer and get into a final couple things before getting to the start of this race. Quickly, championship standings. Max Verstappen is 145 points clear of Sergio Perez. Then you got Alonso in third, 6 points clear of Hamilton fourth. Carlos Sainz in fifth. He could definitely get a lot closer to the drivers ahead of him after today. Leclerc then sixth, Russell seventh, Norris in eighth, Lance Stroll in ninth, and Pierre Gasly in P10. And then on constructors' side, Red Bull 310 points clear of Mercedes. And then you got Ferrari in third, only 11 points clear of Aston Martin, with McLaren in fifth, Alpine sixth, Williams seventh, Haas eighth. This is a massive race for Haas with both cars in the top 10. Alfa Romeo ninth, and AlphaTauri at the very back of the championship. But let's now get into your starting grid, the Singapore Grand Prix. On the front row, it is Carlos Sainz on pole for the second race in a row, with George Russell second. On the second row, it is Charles Leclerc and the McLaren of Lando Norris. On the third row, 2 ex-McLaren drivers, Lewis Hamilton and Kevin Magnussen. On the fourth row, best friends, Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon. Completing the top 10, Nico Hülkenberg and Liam Lawson, starting in the top 10 for the first time in his Formula 1 career. And then just outside the top 10, Max Verstappen, the current championship leader and 2-time world champion, with his ex-teammate Pierre Gasly just behind him. And then Sergio Perez in 13th, and he is lining up alongside the driver he replaced at Red Bull, Alex Albon. 15th and 16th is Yuki Tsunoda and Valtteri Bottas. On the, oh no, that's a bit too far back. A bit too far forward, sorry. On the penultimate row of the grid, you've got Oscar Piastri and Logan Sargent, who I believe raced in F3 together. And then, starting from the pit lane in 19th is Zhou Guanyu, and 20th would have been Lance Stroll, but he's not racing today because of his crash yesterday. So, let's get into this race. And yeah, it will be, I believe, a 62-lap race because of the shorter lap now. So, yeah, we'll have confirmation of that once we get into the race. And it should be at least half the drivers starting on the medium compound tyre. Of course, we'll find out in a few moments' time.
And you were right, of course, that Sargent and Piastri were teammates in F3.
Yeah. Piastri, of course, will be desperate for a 3 or 4 position gain at the start. Maybe McLaren will go for a risk and just start him on the soft tyre so he can gain a few positions and get him into the race. But we'll see what they do with him. As looking on the TV broadcast at Max Verstappen, starting from 11th. Of course, at this race last year, he started low down on the grid. I think he started in 8th. And, of course, that race ended up being terrible for him. He only finished 8th or 9th or something like that. And he could have won the title that day. Can't win the title today. But as long as he can get a few points from this race, then that'll be something from him. As just seeing Leclerc there with his visor cam. And broadcast George Russell. Yeah, Carlos Sainz, Russell, and I think Leclerc and Norris definitely on mediums that I can see. And formation lap. And Verstappen is on the hard compound tyre. So Red Bull try and go as long into this race as they can. Maybe try and benefit from a safety car later on. So formation lap now begins. And Carlos Sainz will lead the pack away. This will obviously a bit longer formation lap than last year. No, Charles Leclerc is on the soft tyre. Wow. That is a major surprise. I did not see that. Not sure why Ferrari have decided to do that. I mean, yeah, to get him ahead of Russell at the start, but he will suffer quite a bit from degradation. As Verstappen is coming through the first few corners. My TV signal is breaking up quite a bit, which is annoying, and I think it's because of heavy rain outside on my end. So sorry about that if I can't quite keep up with the action here. Yeah, my TV signal is really fucking up.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And there you go.
It's not what we want.
It's yeah, satellite signal's got an issue with it, so I'm gonna have to rely on you. And obviously you're a few seconds behind, but yeah, just let me know when they all get lined up on the grid, and you'll have to tell us what happens.
Yeah, well, good. I'm prepared. I've as they're just coming through the old Anderson Bridge onto the back straight. I think it's turn 12. I think it's turn 12 because they all changed the corner numbers, of course. But yeah, they're just as usual showing all of the fans, but that's okay in the formation lap. We'll allow that on the formation lap as long as it's not during the race.
Yeah. When was that? That feels like ages ago.
That was the Saudi Grand Prix. Wasn't it 2021?
Was it then?
I think it was. Yeah, it was one of the Saudi Grand Prix where they kept showing the crowd instead of the overtaking.
Oh right. Oh, and there was that. I think there was that race at Silverstone once where they kept doing it.
Yeah. As they're just coming onto the pitch straight now is Carlos Sainz as he starts on pole position for consecutive race weekends in a row. But yeah, once again, most of the grid is on the medium tyres. But you've got Leclerc, Tsunoda, Piastri, and Zhou on the softs, with Verstappen, Perez, and Bottas on the hards. As Sainz and Russell and now Leclerc are lined up on the grid, with Lando now slotting into his grid position as Zach Brown's looking on the pit wall. Sweet, that's where he usually stands back in the garage to watch the start. But now Max coming through the final corner to line up in P11. It's quite wild. It's just quite an off weekend, and of course we'll see next weekend in Japan whether or not this is a result of the new floor changes and flexi front wing changes. So I think that'll certainly be something to keep an eye out on next weekend. Have you got any signal, Chaz?
No, and listening to the rain outside, I might not have signal for. Well, there you go. And now I've got it back, and the race has started. And Charles Leclerc has got up to second, and the two Mercedes have nearly collided at turn 1. Hamilton having a monstrous start, and he's got ahead of Russell, he has. Up the inside. What a start for Lewis Hamilton. But now George Russell right in the slipstream of his teammate as they spark away down to turn 7. And Russell Magnussen dive bombing someone. I think it's actually Ocon overtaking Magnussen, who comes back at him. Oh, that's so close. I have no idea. They've not collided there at Magnussen and Ocon. And Ocon gets back ahead into turn 9. That was great timing, the signal coming back when it did.
Oh, I was asking because it was just about they just all lined up on the end.
No, I literally, as soon as it came back on, what was it? The Mercedes literally just smashed into each other.
I think Hamilton's got to give that place back to Russell. He overtook him off the track.
Yeah, that's looked like Hamilton just sped on and never slowed down. As
George is asking, he's going to let me back past, or
yeah. So it's Sainz leading from Leclerc 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th, Norris 5th, Alonso in 6th. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3, and my signal is breaking up again. It's still kind of showing. So we will see if it clears up or if it's going to go back. No, it's gone off again. So we're on lap 2 out of 62, and it is Carlos Sainz leading from Leclerc 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th, Norris 5th, Alonso 6th, and then Ocon 7th, Magnussen 8th, Hulkenberg 9th, as it comes back again. And Verstappen is in 10th.
Sonoda has stopped.
Right. As it's Verstappen 10th, Gasly 11th, Lawson 12th, Perez 13th. Yep, there is Yuki Tsunoda. And George Russell has been let through, I think, by Lewis Hamilton. He has now gone up to 3rd place. And then, yes, Lawson 12th, Perez 13th. Piastri, great start on the soft tyre in 14th. Then Albon 15th, Sargent 16th. And then Bottas 17th. Zhou 18th, and yes, Tsunoda is out of the race as Norris tries to closely follow Lewis Hamilton, but he can't do so as Max Verstappen has just overtaken Nico Hulkenberg for 9th place. And I think Haas of Hulkenberg under pressure now from Pierre Gasly in the Alpine as they now begin lap 3 of 62. Carlos Sainz in the lead by just over 1 second, and all the other positions remaining the same for the moment as Zhou has pitted for Alfa Romeo. So yeah, and confirmation, Yuki Tsunoda is out of this race as Zhou comes in and puts on a set of hard compound tyres. We'll see how that works for him as George Russell on that previous lap did the fastest lap of the race. Clearly Mercedes looking good with their pace. Let me just get the tyre data on screen and change some of it.
I wonder if Piastri's actually on the soft or not, because they're showing him on the medium on the television graphic.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think Rook in the chat said he was on the soft, so maybe he is, and they're just not correctly showing it. As Verstappen round the outside of Magnussen into turn 14, but Magnussen defends hard to the inside. My Sky signal has cut off again, so I can't tell you the result of that battle. But Niv will in a moment.
It's all right. As I'm now catching up to it, as Max was trying to go around the outside, but yeah, very well defended on the inside by Magnussen, and Magnussen does keep the position as they're heading. I don't even know where they're going because I've not watched it. Underneath the tunnel, I think. Yeah, underneath the highway, and Magnussen is still ahead as Charles Leclerc did the fastest lap on the previous lap. As they fixed it, Piastri is on the soft now. They couldn't even get it right on the graphic.
Yeah.
As Max still is following pretty close behind Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to talk for a bit because it's raining so heavily outside and the signal's still off. So yeah, you'll have to tell us what happens.
Yeah, all good. As now Max is in the DRS of K Mag going down the Raffles Boulevard, but he's not close enough to make a move as he's still in P9. So Charles Leclerc is a second behind Carlos Sainz here on lap 4, as now they're showing a replay of the start, which we actually didn't get to commentate through. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc's start was absolutely ridiculous. Just comfortably past George Russell. And yeah, I mean, Hamilton didn't even get halfway alongside Russell before they're driving off the track. And it was almost like George really, really backed up on the apex of turn 2 to let Hamilton go ahead of him. It was really weird watching that from the off-board shot. But Hamilton didn't even try to make the corner. He just went straight off and into P3, but he did, of course, give the position back. He said he got pushed wide. He did not get pushed wide at all. Hamilton just drove off the circuit, as he did, of course, a couple of years ago in a certain race, which was a bit controversial. But yeah, perfect start by Ferrari. Who would have thought this was possible, Chaz?
Yeah, first and second in Singapore. What a fantastic, fantastic position for them to be in.
So they just showed the replay, and there was massive contact with Yuki and I think it was Perez at turn 4 as they're just about to head down the Raffles Boulevard. And I've been updated by a Twitter notification by Chris Medlin whilst we're going through all these replays that Lando Norris has now overtaken Hamilton.
Right, so Norris up to 4th. I still haven't got any signal, so you're going to have to let us know what's happening. Also, make sure to out what lap we're on so I can update it.
Yeah, I will do, as they're now showing a replay of Max overtaking, is this Hulkenberg or Magnussen? I think this is Magnussen. It just, oh no, it was on Hulkenberg up the inside at the hairpin. Can they stop showing replays? Thank you. We're on lap 5 now. And yes, indeed, Lando Norris is ahead of Lewis Hamilton, with Fernando Alonso closely following behind Lewis Hamilton. It's the old pals. There's a bit of a train really forming behind Hamilton, it must be said, as there's a big gaggle of cars. Ocon, Magnussen, Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Lawson, Perez, Piastri, all within a second of each other behind Hamilton. So everything is still very close and tight, as now Leclerc is within a second of Carlos Sainz as we're on lap 6 out of 62 here in Singapore. It's George Russell's in 3rd, followed by Norris, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, Magnussen and Verstappen, as that is the main battle we're watching now, as Verstappen edging ever closer to the rear end of Kevin Magnussen, and he should have a good run at him here down the Raffles Boulevard. Can he get the overtake done? Gets a pretty good exit. He's pretty close here, as he's about to open up the DRS down the Raffles Boulevard. He's going to try and make the move around the outside. Can he get the switch back on K-Mag? No, he cannot. And K-Mag defends that very well. Defended any little dive up the inside very well there, as he's used to battling all these midfield drivers who try all these pesky moves on him. And well, K-Mag is a great defender. It's now there's certainly a big train behind K-Mag, as K-Mag's been busy defending Ocon, so been busy defending Verstappen here. Max on for a wide entry at the hairpin, nearly hit the inside the wall, as he's going to now try and get the move done on Kevin Magnussen, and he's gone down the inside and he's got him, and he's moved up into 8th place, as now he'll be hunting down Esteban Ocon for P7.
Yeah, I'm just currently, because I still haven't got any signal, I'm just currently looking at the timing screen. Also, Oscar Piastri has overtaken Sergio Perez.
Now, that's just happened, yep.
Perez has now gone back ahead of Piastri, so I don't know if they're showing it on the screen now, the battle, possibly.
They'll go on side by side basically through the final corners, as Piastri's trying to overtake into turn one, but he lets Perez go up the inside. Perez has gone a little bit wide as now there's a Williams of Alexander Albon all over the back of Oscar. So Oscar is now going to have to look in his mirrors to defend from Alexander Albon instead of attacking Sergio Perez. I'd like to see a replay of that because they're basically trying to go side by side through the final corner, Chaz. It's quite interesting as on lap 7 now, Charles Leclerc is still about 7 to 8 tenths behind Carlos Sainz on those soft compound tyres, of course, as we are watching the Haas's, as Max has certainly pulled a gap to the Haas of Kevin Magnussen. He's got a second gap on him already, as he'll be moving on to Esteban Ocon, who is 7 tenths behind Fernando Alonso. But Max certainly got quite the train behind him as Gasly really close to the back of Hulkenberg. But everyone's holding stations at the moment. Do you want me to read out the order for you, Chad, so you can try and update that?
Yeah.
All right, so as we are about to head on to lap 8, well, we are now on lap 8. Carlos Sainz is in the lead, followed by Leclerc in second, Russell in P3, Lando Norris in P4, Lewis Hamilton in P5, Fernando Alonso in P6, Esteban Ocon in P7, Max Verstappen in 8th, Kevin Magnussen in 9th, Nico Hulkenberg in 10th, Pierre Gasly in 11th, Liam Lawson in 12th, Perez in 13th, Piastri in 14th, Albon in 15th, Sargent in 16th, Bottas in 17th, and last of all, and of course has made a pit stop, Zhou Guanyu, as Charles is still within a second of his teammate here, of course, on the soft compound tyre. But just holding stations, of course, at the moment for Ferraris, they do have 2-second lead over George Russell, who has then got a 1.5-second gap on Lando Norris at the moment. But Lewis Hamilton is sitting around the 1 second mark behind him, as my quality has gone to absolute rubbish as well. So I could barely see. I could count the pixels then. But Alonso and Ocon is really probably the closest battle on track at the moment, Chaz. There's not an awful lot going on. It's mainly a train behind Kevin Magnussen, and then there's Alonso and Ocon who's having this sort of battle here. So not a lot going on, but one thing's for sure is Verstappen is starting to catch the two of them in front.
Right, yeah. Apologies, guys, that I'm not able to really join in the conversation, but yeah, satellite signal just isn't working. I can hear the rain; it's still hammering down. It's very heavy rain. So yeah, nothing I can do until it's off and it comes back. What lap are we on now? Lap 9.
Well, lap 9, yeah.
Right. So as well, what's the gap between Leclerc and Russell? I'm not sure if you said.
2 seconds.
Right, 2 seconds. As my bicycle is fighting to come back, but still glitching all over the place. So it's like watching a stream, really. That's how bad it is. I think even streams are better than what I'm having to suffer through here. But hopefully the rain can ease off. I'm now able to watch for just now. And yeah, both Ferraris are pretty close. Leclerc definitely within a second of Sainz. I am surprised that Leclerc is so close to him. The only thing I can think is that Carlos is saving his tyres, knowing that Leclerc's going to burn his out probably quicker, and he's just dragging Leclerc along with him as Carlos is about to start lap 10 of 62. And yeah, Russell is about 2.2 seconds behind Leclerc. So, and Carlos Sainz on that occasion did the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.6, I think it was. As yeah, Alonso and Ocon having a close fight. And then what other close fights have we got? I mean, I guess the fight for the lead, but I don't think the Ferraris are really fighting. Russell gains a bit in the first sector. Yeah, Ocon within a second of Alonso. Surprising how quick the Alpine is compared to the Aston Martin. No surprise as the train behind the Haas as they're now showing Piastri as being on the medium, so I may as well just...
He's on. I swear he's actually on the soft.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. How hard is it, Chaz? How hard is it?
Yeah,
How can they bugger it all up?
The thing is, though, they do it a lot. Like, you'll see a driver on a compound, and then about 5-6 laps later, eventually they'll catch up and update them on the right compounds. That's a regular thing with them. As Sainz pulling away a bit now. Now the gap up to 1.3 seconds is, according to AWS, the pit window started on the soft is going to open in about 5 laps time. Lando Norris is about 1.2 seconds behind Russell. We've got the top 5 separated by 5 to 6 seconds, so it's pretty close here in Singapore, as we're on lap 11 of 62. And surprised that Perez has not really done anything so far. He's not even within a second of Liam Lawson in 12th place, so Perez is really struggling. Verstappen now within a second of Ocon, so clearly he's having a much better time. As Sainz says on the radio, I could go forever at this pace, so clearly he is very comfortable and managing things out front. We're actually showing on the screen Leclerc is on a used soft tyre, so his degradation will be even worse, and he continues to drop another few tenths of a second, so maybe Leclerc is going to start properly suffering soon and maybe pit in the next 5 to 8 laps. Russell closing in. Do you expect that now? Train to form behind Leclerc?
No, I don't think so. Ferrari said that they were pretty happy with his pace. So, I'm not too sure. Yeah, this is what Leclerc's told his target gap to Russell is 3 seconds. Current gap is 1.2. Leclerc then said, "Yeah, copy. I'll try to slow down. The pace is really good." What? What?
As Lando Norris now, as they begin lap 12, is barely over a second behind Russell. And McLaren, as I got into earlier before the race, they had the best race pace on Friday. They are starting to show that now as Norris continues to catch Russell. As Verstappen now stuck in this mini train of Alonso, Ocon, Verstappen. And yeah, I don't see Max getting past these two on track. They are actually similar in terms of speed this weekend. Russell now about 1.7, 1.8 seconds behind Leclerc. And Verstappen has actually dropped back a bit on this lap, maybe trying to cool his tyres down. He's now 1.4 seconds behind. As I've got to say, the Haas's, they're doing pretty well at the minute. Their pace is not too bad. Magnussen is only 2.5 seconds behind Verstappen, after obviously Max passed him about 4 or 5 laps ago. So yeah, the pace of the Haas is not too bad right now, and I think everyone at the minute just trying to just eke out the tyres as much as they can, so they can not have to pit too early. But we are still quite a bit away from the first proper round of pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, Leclerc's still holding a pretty good margin to Russell at the moment. I mean, they'll probably just run Leclerc as long as he probably can to try back Russell up a little bit to protect Sainz, probably. So that is what Ferrari love doing, of course.
Yeah. As Leclerc having definitely a better lap compared to Sainz on that occasion. They were just showing on the screen then Hulkenberg and Gasly. Gasly looking very racy behind Hulkenberg, as Leclerc saying on the radio, I think Carlos is slowing down, and Ferrari respond, copy, understood. Well, yeah, I think, yeah, definitely. Carlos not pushing as hard as he can.
Now, I was thinking about this earlier. Uh, Was this Red Bull's worst qualifying performance at Singapore ever?
Probably. The only year I can think of is probably 2008 that might be worse, but I think they might have even got in the top 10 that year, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna check because I was literally thinking it when I was before the start of the race, but I'll actually try and look that up now
Yeah.
because that's usually a stat that you'd actually see on Twitter, but I didn't see anything about it. So
Yeah, the thing is, Red Bull have always been regularly like top 2, top 3 on the grid here.
yeah,
Since 2009, even in the V6 hybrid era. Yeah, it's such a shock to see them so bad.
yeah. In 2008, they were 13th and 14th with Webber and Coulthard.
Yeah. So, and as well, obviously, incredible. It was incredible to say it yesterday, and it is obviously true that Liam Lawson yesterday was the best Red Bull driver. As lap 14 now, Lando Norris has just about got himself under a second now behind Russell, and Hamilton is only 0.6 of a second behind Norris. So we've now got a three-way fight for third between Russell, Norris, and Hamilton. Russell hasn't really gained any time on Leclerc. Ferrari are very comfortable out front as Sainz has just about pulled out a 2-second lead now. Leclerc, so maybe Carlos now starting to push a bit harder. Maybe Leclerc's tyres going off. Might actually be Leclerc's tyres going off because Russell really starting to get after Leclerc now. And yeah, we've now got a very good three-way fight here. And possibly in a moment it'll be a four-way fight for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Between 4 stunning drivers: Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Hamilton. Alonso about 3.5 seconds behind, who at least has dropped Ocon a bit. Ocon just over a second back. As, yeah, they're definitely starting to turn up the pressure now, Mercedes and McLaren, on the Ferrari of Leclerc, who has now dropped to about 2.3 seconds behind. So that was a really bad lap for Leclerc. It's on lap 15. And Ferrari say to Leclerc, gap to Sainz, target, he said target 1? Something like that. I can't remember exactly what they just said.
Target 3.
Right.
So they want to build up that gap to Sainz a little bit more still.
And Leclerc responding, then saying, well, that means I'll be at risk from the drivers behind. But as long as he just gets a good exit going onto the DRS zones, he'll be fine, even if the pace is shocking.
They're literally gimmying Leclerc here. This is quite funny.
The thing is, though, at the end of the day, Carlos has been, at least last couple weekends, he's been quicker. We know really why Carlos has been and is ahead of the championship. This car has definitely favoured Carlos's driving style more. Leclerc has definitely been complaining about the Ferrari cars handling a lot more than Carlos has. And yeah, this weekend that momentum of Carlos Sainz being quicker has continued. But at the minute, we do have to say Carlos is driving at his absolute best.
Yeah.
Best version of Carlos Sainz, getting into what we saw from him 2 or 3 years ago. He begins lap 16, and Leclerc actually on that occasion does the fastest lap of the race. Cuts the gap down to 1.9 seconds. So 0.4 of a second, pretty much quicker than Carlos on that occasion.
Oh yeah, I don't understand why they'd want Leclerc to slow down. If Leclerc can still go at this pace, then still drive at this pace without putting pressure on Carlos. Like,
Yeah.
it's just weird that they want him to drop back to to build up this gap to make sure that Sainz can't get undercut.
I mean, if they want him to drop back, I kind of understand that. But I mean, Russell is not that far behind, so and you don't want to drag them three along and keep them up with you. And obviously, with there being 3 DRS zones here, that's gonna help them. So yeah,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, you just don't want to invite any unnecessary pressure, really, which is what Ferrari kind of are asking Leclerc to do.
yeah. As well, thankfully for the moment, Leclerc has dropped Russell by quite a bit. Uh, Almost 2 seconds clear of Russell, pretty much 2 seconds clear of Russell, as Norris has dropped over a second behind Russell. Hamilton has dropped over a second behind Norris. So, yeah. Max Verstappen struggling in 8th place. He's 1.7 seconds behind Ocon, who is Ocon 1.4, 1.5 seconds behind Alonso. And in a moment, I will quickly tell you a bit more about Perez. Sergio Perez is in 13th and is about 7/10 of a second behind Liam Lawson. Max Verstappen at the minute on lap 17 is 5, 8, 9. He's about 11 seconds is Max Verstappen off of Carlos Sainz after 17 laps, which is not actually as bad as I expected, but it's still obviously not good. As now we're looking at the battle, I think, between Lawson and Perez, and also the two Haas's trying to defend from the Alpine of Pierre Gasly, trying to get himself into the points, the Alpine team. And we're just, really waiting, I think, until we get to the pit stops, because I think everyone at the minute is just trying to manage their tyres and get as long as they can into this race. According to Pirelli, the people starting on the mediums will be pitting between lap 20 and 30. Anyone starting on the soft tyre will be pitting between, I think, lap 15 and 20. So Claire and Piastri stick to that, then pitting in the next laps. As Zhou Guan
Yeah, I
Yu in
think
8th.
that's nonsense.
Yeah, I
I,
don't
I
think that's
think that's
true.
nonsense. Look, Leclerc looks very comfortable. I mean, he's got a 2 second gap on Russell.
Yeah, I think they might, with Leclerc, they might try and push it to like lap 23 to 25. I think at this rate. And yeah, I got to say, with Ferrari, not only is their pace impressive, but their tyre wear at this point is very impressive, because not, this track, obviously, tyres do wear up quite a bit, but Pirelli have brought the 3 softest compounds this weekend, but they're doing just fine. So, yeah, very impressed with Ferrari's tyre management at this point. Even with Leclerc on the soft tyre. Yeah, Russell about 2.5 seconds behind Leclerc. Now it's Leclerc nearly 3 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. So that's starting to play out how Ferrari want. As Sergio Perez just stuck behind Lawson. I think it's pretty clear to see, even with that new layout, it's impossible to overtake around here. Especially with how fat and wide
Yeah.
these cars are, it is impossible. These cars look too big on their own, don't they, to drive around this track, especially when they come in around, was it like turn 12, 13, over the bridge?
They're just so sluggish in the slow speed corners as well. I mean, around here they just look terrible.
They and they look so, even compared to the 2021 cars that we even, there was even complaints about those, that they were too wide and too big. Compared to those, they look way too big, big and heavy. It's just incredible. But apparently, for 2026, the weight of these cars and the width of these cars will be coming down by quite a bit. So that's good to see. As they just showed the weather radar there, and there's some rain. in the area. Doesn't look like a heavy shower, but yeah, we'll see. Of course, last year's race was massively affected by rain.
Mate, it's Singapore. If it rains, it's heavy.
As Leclerc, I think, is now 3.5 seconds behind Sainz. I think I just saw. As Perez.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
As Perez having a look at Lawson. Reality. As Lando Norris getting a bit closer to Russell ahead, but not quite within a second at the moment. So, yeah, the only fights really going on, you've got Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Gasly, and then Lawson, Perez, Piastri, as Logan Sargent has crashed on the exit of turn 8, I think that is. And he's broken his front wing, and he's left some debris there. Yeah, he's left quite a bit of debris, and his front wing is tucked under half of his car. So this could be a virtual safety car, which would be perfect for certain teams out there. Sargent, he will fall down eventually to 18th place. Now, with the replay, what he's done. He's gone too deep and gone straight on. Alfa Romeo behind him of Bottas nearly slid in with him. Yeah, Sargent's having a terrible season. I think most people are seeing that now. Continues to park away with his front wing, destroying the underside of his car. As we are now on lap 20. No hint of a virtual safety car yet. As Carlos Sainz really pulling away from Leclerc now. The gap is now 4.7 seconds. So Carlos building a really great lead. And at this point, I think Carlos Sainz has pretty much got this race bought and paid for, because the others being left for dead as Sargent about to come in for a pit stop.
Well, surely Sargent's going to be out this race. I mean, his floor's going to be absolutely destroyed.
And there you go.
Like
Full safety car. Full safety car. I am very surprised by that. Yeah, a full safety car on lap 20 of 62, 1/3 of the way in. Well, we're going to have quite a few people in now, especially, Sainz being told to box.
Going to have the whole grid in chess. We're just sat here waiting for the pit stops, and then we got a freaking safety car. Now everyone's going to pit. Like, it's just terrible timing for like the race, isn't it?
Yeah. I do wonder though. I think there will be certain people out there staying out. I'm just wondering who that might be. As Russell being told to box. Thankfully for Sainz, Leclerc was nearly 5 seconds behind anyway. As he comes in for a set of hard tyres, and he will rejoin in the lead. And yeah, it's going to take something incredible to stop Sainz winning. As Leclerc had to wait. Why are they waiting that long? They didn't have to give it that much time to wait for the traffic to go by. And Leclerc has been jumped by Russell and Norris. They had to wait for Hamilton to go through, but they waited way too long as Max Verstappen, who has stayed out, comes out, or not comes out, but is in. Is that Sergio? That's Perez. So that's Perez in 4th place, and Verstappen is now is in second place. Obviously, both Red Bullers are not pitted as the safety car driver, one of them, waving through Albon there. Oh, no, Sargent, sorry, not Albon. As, everyone is pitted except for Verstappen, Perez, and Bottas. Bottas in 10th now. As Hulkenberg's had a really bad pit stop. He's now behind Gasly, Piastri, and Lawson. Disaster for Leclerc, and he's now in a net 4th place.
I tell you what, Chaz, I think he actually did have to wait because Hamilton, I think, slowed down before going into the pit box. You couldn't quite see it from the camera angle that they were showing, but I actually think he had to wait that long.
Yeah, I think because Russell was just he was just leaving the pit box. Yeah, I think Hamilton had to slow down a bit more, and that obviously would have blocked. So yeah, just a shame. As Fernando Alonso replay of him doing what I would do, or what I do in every F1 game. He's gone way too far, way too quick into the pit entry, and he's gone over the track and then back over again. And yeah, slow pit stop for Leclerc, but I don't think there's anything they could have done about that. As right, so let me just get the order correct. So it's lap 21, we're under a safety car, and it is Sainz leading.
Yeah.
Having pitted, Verstappen second, hasn't pitted, and then you got Russell third, Perez fourth, Alonso noted for what he just did there. Valtteri Bottas did that yesterday, and he got a black and white flag. So I'm interested to see what Fernando gets.
Yeah, that was exactly what I said with Leclerc, that Hamilton had to go a little bit slow to wait for Russell to go out, and yeah, they had to hold Leclerc. That's just so unfortunate for Leclerc.
Yeah, as
all right, I'll be back shortly, by the way.
No problem. Right, so let's just go through the order we have under this safety car, and let me just update that we are on lap 22 of 62. Still 40 laps to go when we're still another, what? I think another 10 laps, something like that, away from the halfway point of this Singapore Grand Prix. So, yeah, it is Sainz leading, who has pitted. Verstappen second, has not pitted. A safety car in at the end of this lap. Russell third, has pitted. Perez fourth, has not pitted. And then Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, they've all pitted. Bottas 10th, has not pitted. And then F1 below Bottas, who is still in the race, has pitted. And you've got then Magnussen 11th, Gasly 12th, Piastri 13th, Lawson 14th, Hulkenberg 15th, Albon 16th, Joe 17th, and Sargent 18th. And then obviously Tsunoda's out the race, Stroll never started. But let me just quickly do the tyre compound. So, I think everyone is on the hard tyre now. So, I'll just put everyone on the hard tyre, and then if it's any of them are wrong, then I'll correct it. Yeah, safety car in at the end of this lap. Can Carlos Sainz hang on for his second F1 race win? I think given that he's got a car between him and Russell that hasn't pitted yet, surely he cannot lose this now. As Verstappen getting very close behind Sainz before turn 14. Nearly ran into the back of him. But yeah, as long as Carlos can keep Max back on this restart, then surely Carlos will pull away pretty quickly. Max started on the hard tyres he's on. Carlos has just pitted for them, so that's a 20 lap softer, or 20 lap fresher hard tyre for Sainz. The pace difference should be massive. So let's see what will happen now as Carlos Sainz becomes the safety car through turn 16 and 17 and decides to go for it. And he's left Max Verstappen for dead as Carlos Sainz flies through the final corner and begins lap 23 as Max does not have a great run through that final corner. And where is George Russell? Not close enough behind, so they all get away in formation. On lap 23, it is, Sainz, Verstappen, Russell, Perez, Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, Bottas, your top 10. And at this point with Red Bull, something incredible is going to have to happen if they're going to benefit from this. As Russell having a look at Verstappen, Norris trying to do a switchback on Perez on the exit of turn 7, but nothing doing as Hamilton has overtaken Leclerc for 6th place. And Alonso, I think, was having a look at Leclerc as well, but Hamilton catching Leclerc unawares. And Lewis now up to a net 4th place. So Hamilton up to 6th. There's Russell all over the back And Alonso has been given a 5-second time penalty. That could destroy Alonso's race.
That's a joke.
As Nib from the distance says that's a joke. As Norris trying to overtake Perez, Russell trying to overtake Verstappen, and Russell going to go round the outside for the inside line for the chicane. And will he take the position? Oh, yes, he does. As Norris passes Perez, Hamilton tries to do the same as Gasly has passed Magnussen. As we now begin lap 24. What an exciting lap there of action. So it's now Sainz leading, Russell second, Verstappen third, Norris fourth, Perez fifth, Hamilton sixth, Leclerc seventh. As Magnussen has got back ahead of Gasly, and Bottas has dropped down to 14th place now. As Hulkenberg now overtakes for 14th. As Perez under pressure from Hamilton now down to turn 7. Does he go round the outside? Yes, he does. Oh, but he goes off. Perez might complain that he completed the move off the track, but I think it's fine. I think he was ahead anyway. So Hamilton is now up to 5th. And Hamilton overtook Leclerc as well. So key overtakes for Hamilton, who is looking really a lot better now in this race, as Perez is going to be under massive pressure now from the cars behind, as Zhou has overtaken his teammate. Bottas has fallen now basically to the back, so he may as well pit. As, yeah, we're just looking on board there at Leclerc as Norris dives down the inside of Verstappen at turn 14. Brilliant move. And Norris up to 3rd. As Verstappen has a slight look at coming back at him, but no, not going to be able to do that. So, there you go. And Zhou Guan Yu is actually on the medium compound tyre. Let me just correct that. And also correct that we are on lap 25 of 62. And yeah, it's Sainz, Russell, Norris, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc, Alonso, Ocon, Magnussen. Obviously, the 2 Red Bulls in the top 10 have not pitted yet. So, well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to their race from now on. As the next car to try and overtake Max Verstappen is Lewis Hamilton. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. As here is a replay. And that's why Hamilton passed Leclerc. Leclerc went in too deep. Went wide on the exit of turn 7, and then overtook him around the outside. And here's a replay of Hamilton diving down the inside of Perez at the final chicane, and then Perez elbowing him a bit out, keeping the position. Good hard racing. And there's Norris passing Verstappen. Nib, I assume you're back with us.
Yeah.
You said Alonso's penalty was a joke. Why?
You could hear me from the bathroom, could you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I mean, there's just no consistency. You get a 5-second penalty for ending another driver's race, and then you lock up going into the pit lane. No harm to any other driver, and you get a 5-second penalty for doing the exact same. The penalties just don't make sense, right? Fair enough at being a penalty, but some of the other penalties just need to be much, much harsher, because if you compare it to other instances, that's just not worth 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think, definitely right with that. They need to up the causing a collision thing to a 10-second thing if they're going to have, 5-second penalties for stuff like that. As George Russell now within a second of Carlos Sainz on lap 26, and he's got DRS and into turn 7, only half a second behind. And now Russell keen try and take Mercedes' first win of the year, as not too far back. Lewis Hamilton close to Max Verstappen, but wasn't able to get the move done into turn 7. Perez has now been passed by Leclerc. There was just a bit of team radio there of Perez complaining that Hamilton overtook him off the track, and him saying, come on, give me the position now, but I don't think that's going to happen. Russell and Sainz continue on. Norris been dropped quite a bit by the two up top, which I'm very surprised about. Thought he would follow along with them. Max Verstappen under massive pressure from Hamilton behind, which maybe we should be watching that. Maybe we should be watching this Russell-Sainz fight up front. But as long as Carlos gets a good enough exit off of the corners before a DRS zone, he should be able to keep the position. Remember, the Ferrari, obviously one of, not the quickest car in a straight line certain weekends. So it's going to be hard, very hard, for Russell to overtake Sainz. So, black and white flag for Magnussen, forcing another driver off the track. Not exactly a surprise that he's getting a black and white flag, even though we never saw the incident, but I can guarantee you that probably is the correct thing there. As here comes Hamilton on Verstappen, and Max doesn't even defend. He lets Lewis go up to 4th place, which I am surprised he didn't defend that, but I mean, Red Bull obviously haven't pitted yet. Falling down the field as Perez has now got a train of cars behind him in 7th. So Hamilton 4th, Verstappen 5th. Next car to overtake Verstappen is Leclerc. At this point, Nib, for Red Bull, what do they do? Because I mean, everyone at the minute in the field is quicker than them. Probably even Sargent at the back because they haven't pitted.
They have to pray for another safety car. Like, it was terrible timing for Red Bull. If it happened maybe 10, 15 laps later, it's perfect timing. But obviously, the safety car happened with a time with not enough laps to go to the end on the medium. So left with nothing to do, and now they just have to wait and see if there's another safety car in the next maybe 15 to 20 laps.
Yeah, I think maybe in 10 laps, if there's a safety car, they could get away with going onto a set of mediums. But yeah, the race has been massively compromised. And at the end of the day, this weekend they've been very slow. So they, it's not like they've been totally screwed over from a great position. They just haven't got the pace. As Leclerc, great run out of turn 5. And yeah, Leclerc now round the outside, inside for turn 7. And Leclerc, who has been absolutely screwed, and partially screwed himself because he went off the track. Safety car restart, which let Hamilton through. Yeah, Leclerc now in 5th place, which I'm sure he will be very, very happy about. As, oh my goodness, there is a gigantic train behind Sergio Perez, and they're all very close to each other. Alonso, Ocon, Magnussen, Gasly, Piastri, Lawson, Hulkenberg, and then not too far behind Hulkenberg, got Albon and Zhou as well.
I thought something serious had happened, like at your house or something, like there was hail or something, but no, it's just a Perez train.
Yeah, this is a proper trolley train that we are seeing here.
It sure is.
Oh, Piastri, I thought, was dive bombing Gasly there, but he was just trying to feign for one. As yeah, this train surely has got to get broken up very soon because Perez is going very slowly. Perez was just running around in 13th place before the safety car on lap 29. Sainz is second clear of Russell now. As Alonso, of course, will be very... Oh, and... What the fuck is Fernando doing? I'll wait till you see it. I have no idea what's he doing. He's just gone straight on.
He had a little wiggle. It looked like he had some instability under braking, and he just decided to go straight on. It looks like what he did in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I thought he did it on purpose to get a better run on Perez. And he thought, fuck it, I'll just take another penalty. And that's what it looked like to me. as Ocon did have a good go at Alonso into turn 7 and almost ran into the back of him, but thankfully he did not. But Alonso is still in 8th place and is now a second and a half behind Perez in 7th. But yeah, I didn't see the wiggle, so to me, it just went straight on. And
that was a wiggle.
Yeah. As Piastri, is that? Yep, I think trying to go around the outside of Gasly. Turn 14. Does the switchback. Can he get a good run? He might get a good run. Going to turn 16, the chicane. Gasly defends to the inside. But yeah, Piastri, the McLaren, just not quick enough in a straight line to punish Gasly down to that chicane. But yeah, Perez causing the most excitement here by far on lap 30 now out of 62. As Alonso has stayed now over a second and a half away from Perez. So Alonso might have damaged his tyres a bit after that incident. And he's now got Ocon right on the back of him. And now he is leading the train, allowing Perez to move off a bit into the distance. As thankfully, this is good now for Red Bull at least. They don't have to look in their mirrors for now. And they're just running 6th and 7th as Russell has dropped, over a second behind Sainz. 1.1, 1.2 seconds behind Carlos, as Russell saying, keep an eye on these tyres, and response being, these will go to the end, unfortunately. As behind Russell, we've got Norris and Hamilton right behind them. So Norris and Hamilton putting in some great laps lately, and they are now putting Russell under serious pressure. And we've got the top 4 separated by 2.5 seconds on lap 31 of 62. It's been a long time since I've been saying anything about that. And seeing the top 3, top 4 this close, especially in Singapore. But Russell gaining quite a bit on Sainz. And I think we'll have DRS down to turn 7. But I don't think he'll get close enough to an overtake here. So quickly, as we're halfway through the race, just want to quickly say, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new, because we do watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, qualifying, practice, the race, of course, previews, reviews, all of that stuff. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content like this if you want to keep up to date with Formula 1. And of course, make sure to smash the like button if you haven't already. We are currently on 94 likes. So yeah, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Of course, it does help the channel in the algorithm.
Like, or you will be banned.
He's not serious, don't worry. As Russell just dropping a bit further back behind Sainz. Now, he's still got DRS, though, but he needs to keep within a second of Carlos, so he doesn't come under attack from Norris and Hamilton, who look really quick now in McLaren and Mercedes, respectively. This is so great to see. So many different drivers fighting for the lead, and 3 different teams in the top 3 positions. As Verstappen says, it's like driving on ice. And yeah, looking at that on board, as he tried to go through the second part of that chicane, he looked like he had no rear end grip to speak of. As Hamilton, like he was getting pretty close to Norris on that occasion. Yeah, we're on lap 32 now. Of course, there isn't going to be, except for Verstappen, Perez, and Bottas, there isn't going to be any more pit stops. So, it has to be done on track. And of course, around here, it is super hard to overtake unless you've got a massive pace advantage for whatever reason. So, yeah, this is going to be, it's going to be a good battle. But in terms of whether we actually see side-by-side stuff, again, that is going to be incredibly difficult to get to that point. because of how wide these cars are, heavy they are, and of course, the drivers have said that it is more difficult to follow the car ahead this year compared to last year, that the dirty air levels are getting back more so to what it was in 2021. So, to be whatsoever. As Russell drops over a second behind Sainz, and of course that will benefit Lando Norris, as Alonso has still not got back behind Perez. He's still a second and a half behind, so clearly he, after that moment, he has damaged his tyres or something, or maybe damaged his car, because his pace not good at all right now, and of course has a 5-second penalty. So at the moment, Alonso not heading even for a point. Lap 33 of 62, but there is still a long way to go. Right. What are the chances then, Nib, of any moves in the top 4? I think the chance of an overtake is probably about 5-10%. To be honest, I don't see an overtake coming here. Unless we get like massive tyre degradation or something like that,
which is just not happening. So
yeah.
I mean, Sainz is just managing these tyres. I mean, we saw in the first stint the Ferrari are very good on their tyres, and I mean, unless there's a mistake, I don't really see anything happening.
Yeah, as Lewis Hamilton just made a mistake. He's now dropped a second and a half behind Norris, and nearly had Leclerc within a second of him. So, yeah, he struggled. Norris has dropped over a second behind Russell, who gets back within a second of Carlos Sainz. And Alonso now back within a second of Perez. So Alonso is starting to get back after the Mexican driver. Is Gasly there? DRS open, he did have down to turn 14 on Magnussen, who did not have DRS himself. So Magnussen desperately needs to get back within a second of Ocon ahead to protect himself, because Haas's pace, I don't think at the minute, is really that great on lap 34. I would like to see a replay of Magnussen and Gasly on that safety car restart, and whatever Magnussen got a black and white flag for. Gasly did briefly, I think, overtake Magnussen, as Gasly gets a good run out of turn 3. Yeah, I think Gasly might be shaping up for a move here on Magnussen. And unfortunately, we're not quite going to see it, are we? Oh, no, we are. As Gasly going to go for the outside line and try and do a switchback to get the better exit. And will he just go around the outside? Nope, he's going to do another switchback. But he doesn't get a good enough exit. He had a bit of a wiggle there through the middle of turn 8. So he's, not quite executed that well enough, as Alonso really harrying Perez now for 7th place. And with the 5-second penalty Alonso has, he has to overtake Perez and then hope that Perez can keep Ocon and the rest at bay. Then Alonso won't lose anything. Will Fernando go for a move into turn 14? Nope. Thinks better of it. Not that aggressive of a driver. Now, following in the final few corners, trying to set himself up for a good run on Perez to start lap 35, which Carlos Sainz has started. And Carlos about 1.1 seconds clear of George Russell. Alonso, good run on Perez. Again, a very good run then, turn 1, but not enough of a braking zone into turn 1 to overtake, really. Alonso, see what exit he gets here. It's not really that good. It's going to have to be something special here to overtake into turn 7. And yeah. The Aston Martin, one of the slowest cars in a straight line. So, can't really expect too much from them with DRS open, as Gasly in the background has overtaken Magnussen. But I've just seen in the background, I think Magnussen has repassed him. Yep, he's kept the position eventually. So Magnussen stays in 10th. As Piastri right on the back of Gasly as well. And there's only like 6-7 tenths of a second separating those three drivers. So it would be great if we could look at them, but we're not. As here is a replay of Gasly and Magnussen. And Gasly dived to the inside. And then Magnussen went off. And then went up the inside for turn 8. Let's see. Did Gasly push him off? I think Magnussen might be told to give that position back. We'll have to see. And that's why Alonso got close to Perez, because Perez had a proper slide through turn 8. Or turn 9, sorry. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens there with Gasly and Magnussen. But I'm not sure Gasly necessarily pushed him off.
Oh my. Did you see Perez's moment, by the way?
Yeah, that was a proper moment. That's how bad the Red Bull's been this weekend. It's been the whole weekend like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I must say, it looked from the first on board with Magnussen and Gasly that there was actually wheel-to-wheel contact, which then forced Magnussen off. So I'm not sure.
Gasly went for the overtake that time, and Magnussen just went straight on. Don't know if there was any contact. We saw it a bit late, but Magnussen has dropped down to 14th place. As now he's being... Oh, I think he's got damage. He's got to have damage. He's all over the place. Yes, well, maybe his tyres are just a bit dirty, or maybe he's had a massive lockup or something, because he's all over the place. So Gasly up to 10th, Piastri 11th, Lawson 12th, Hulkenberg 14th, and Albon up to, 14th. Magnussen now 15th. As Alonso really close to Perez. We'll see a replay in a moment of Magnussen. All right, so Magnussen lost the rear end into turn 1 like Alonso did. And then he rejoined behind Gasly. Oh no, he must have somehow got back ahead of Gasly. And then he lost the rear end again and just went too deep. Yeah, so he's absolutely cooked his tyres there. As Kevin. Now been overtaken by Zhou. I think they should probably pit him, because there's got to be something wrong there, whether it's tyres or maybe something internally. Lap 37. And Alonso still close to Perez. He's closer on this occasion. And he sends it down the inside. And Perez doesn't defend. Alonso just about gets it slowed down. But Perez takes the position. And now Ocon goes around the outside of Alonso. Surely not. Has he got the move done on Alonso? Alonso now round the outside of turn 9. And Ocon keeps the position. And Alonso now round the outside for turn 10. Incredible. Oh, what racing that is. And Ocon gets the position. That's the best, some of the best racing I think we've seen the entire year. That is absolutely brilliant from Ocon. We saw a brilliant overtake on Tsunoda a few races ago. That is special, especially doing it on Alonso. And now...
Wow.
And now he's going to have to pass his another ex-teammate, Sergio Perez. But what a move that was from Ocon. Round the outside of 8. That's
ridiculous.
Yeah, as well, for them to go side by side for that long and not crash, that was very, very nicely done. As Ocon now right on Perez's tail. Gasly now right on Alonso's tail. Sainz on the radio says, let me know when you think it's good to push. I should have 1 second of pace in hand. Russell is right behind Sainz, but obviously not able to get close enough to overtake. But, yeah. Ocon up to 8th. Alonso 9th. Gasly is now in 10th. is right on Alonso's tail as this fight rages on. And yeah, Zhou up to 15th on the medium compound tyre. Would that be overtaking the season so far from Ocon? He had a good one on Sonoda a few races ago.
I'm not sure. I'm not like you. I haven't got the encyclopedia of overtakes just clocking around in my head. I don't know, but that was a brilliant battle between the two, and surprisingly, no contact, especially considering it's Ocon and Alonso. I think that's what makes it even better.
They had contact with each other. I think a couple times last year. They quite tense relationship as well. As Red Bull preparing tyres. This would be probably the earliest best time to pit for mediums, so well, we'll see what they do. If they were to if both Red Bulls pitted now, they would come out in like what, 15th, 16th place. So yeah. At least it'd be exciting to watch them come through the field on softer, fresher tyres. As Ocon... Go on.
No, go.
So I was just going to say, Ocon really close to Perez on the exit of 5. Now down to turn 7. Surely he's going to send that. Perez this time, though, defends against Ocon. But Ocon gets a brilliant exit. Will he go round the outside again? Nope, he's going to do the switchback. And it's a very good one. Brilliant move. And Ocon is up to 7th place. And yeah, that is brilliant. This is Ocon truly back to his best. Go on, what do you want to say?
I was going to say, I was wondering if they're going to try go on the soft. I mean, we saw the soft was actually pretty good early on instead of the medium. Have they got any softs to use?
They should have. Well, yeah, they didn't make Q3, so.
True, yeah.
So they have a couple new sets of softs as Alonso goes round the outside of Perez into 14, and surely Red Bull have got to get Perez in because he's now really struggling, and he's now got Gasly overtaking him on lap 40, and yeah, Perez is almost out of the points because Piastri now the car behind. So Gasly 9th, Perez 10th, and yet Perez pits, and he nearly did what Alonso did. Got right on the curb there. I don't know why the drivers are struggling with that this year. I think the only reason I can think of is because they're coming off the chicane a lot faster than they used to. As yeah, Perez pits, great pit stop, medium tyres, and yeah, let's see what he can do now. He might actually come out behind... yeah, he does. He's now last, even behind Logan Sargent. So, Perez in 18th. Still, Russell at 40 within a second of Sainz. So he is not letting him get away. But Sainz said on the radio he's got more pace, he believes, to show if needed. Joe, medium, 14th. And Magnussen, surprised. Magnussen didn't pit, to be honest. Really, and is still struggling a lot with his pace. But that's obviously good. What's happened all there for with Perez pitting. That's now good for Ocon, Alonso, Gasly, and now they're going to try and catch Max Verstappen unless he pits now. As oh my god, the rear end once again all over the place, and him also getting on the curb on the entry to the pit lane. So here we go, Max Verstappen pitting on lap 41 for a set, surely, of medium compound tyres. And he will come out, I think, in 17th, 18th place, something like that. Trots through the field. And, well, this will be fun to watch now, to see how far they get. Verstappen comes out as Bottas is pitting At least that helps Max. One less car to overtake. Bottas, of course, also had not pitted, and Max comes out ahead of Sargent as well. So Max is now in 15th place. And Perez in 18th. Both on the medium compound tyre. Obviously, Zhou on the medium as well. So, yeah, let's see the Red Bull's progress. They should, obviously, climb up the field, but I think once they start getting to Albon in 12th, that is going to be difficult, even with fresher tyres, because Albon does obviously have a very quick car in a straight line, but he also has DRS advantage from Hulkenberg ahead. So, yeah, we will see as we're on lap 42 out of 62. And Russell looking pretty close. Sainz on that occasion. Yeah, in general, just looks closer, but still close enough to overtake. Sainz clearly still feels pretty comfortable out in the lead as we're on board now with Lando Norris, who is, well, I think he's waiting really to see what happens ahead and see if Russell is going to send one. Of course, Russell and Sainz have crashed before. Turn 1 at the US Grand Prix last year, Russell took Sainz out of the race, so not exactly impossible for you to collide. Yeah, there's nothing really Lando can do, especially in a McLaren car that just isn't quick enough in a straight line to overtake, really. Fernando Alonso under serious pressure behind from Pierre Gasly, and Alonso saying on the radio, "This is undrivable." Who thought he'd be saying that at this track that we thought would really be strong for them? So, yeah, just need to update that Bottas is in 18th and on medium now. So, let me update that. I was thinking with, as what we on now, lap 43, Esteban Ocon is about 21 seconds behind Leclerc. I'm just trying to think, how much time do you need to pit and come out in the same position? I think
28.
Yeah, so maybe if Ferrari want to get a double podium, they might, I don't know, try that. I mean, there's no I don't if they've got the gap and Leclerc is actually pulling away from Ocon very quickly. Is Ocon got a problem? He's dropping down the field. Oh no, what has happened to Esteban Ocon? Oh no, well, I should have known. His engine has conked out. For the second year in a row, Alpine having a failure. Ocon is mad with that. That is such a shame. They were running in 6th place. Oh dear. And that, well, how bad is Red Bull's luck this weekend? If only they stayed out a few more laps. As Max has just overtaken Kevin Magnussen for now 13th. So Ocon is out of the race. We'll see. Surely there'll be at least a virtual safety car. I think they might even deploy a full safety car here as Mercedes are ready. Virtual safety car. And the top 5 have just gone past the pits. So they've missed the chance to overtake, to pit, sorry. And, well, surely the cars behind who haven't got to the pit lane yet will, virtual safety car still out, they will come into the pit lane. That's such a shame for Rocco. He throws his hands device out. He is absolutely mad with that. What a race. Not just this race, but the whole weekend. What weekend he was having. And then Alpine made sure to remind him he's driving for a failure of a team. As Alex Albon has pitted. So Alonso, Gasly, Piastri, Lawson, and Hulkenberg and Zhou all staying out. To be fair, Williams, I don't think we're ever going to score points. So no harm trying. And he goes on to a set of look like hard tyres there for Albon. And yeah, you can clearly see it on board. Stuck in 6th gear and going nowhere. That is such a shame. What a race he was having. He's had quite poor races as of late. Gets back on it, and Alpine, yeah, doing their usual. Banging the steering wheel. That's just, yeah. That's that right there. That's just Alpine's, that's Renault in the last 7 years right there.
For one season.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a virtual safety car. No full safety car. So let me just update that Ocon is officially out of the race. And right, so and Albon has that's surprising. The two Mercedes have pitted, but Sainz, Norris, and Leclerc have stayed out. What are Mercedes
Russell
cooking?
said, box opposite. I want to go for the wing. Box opposite.
Right,
so Sainz didn't pit, so he's pitted.
Well, he is going to come out in 4th place, so it's not, it's not a massive loss, but yeah. So Russell and Hamilton, 4th and 5th, as Alonso has pitted. Alonso into the pit lane. That puts Gasly 6th. Piastri up to 7th place from 17th on the grid. And Aston Martin. Aston Martin. What on earth is going on here? They're having a problem with the rear jack. They can't get the car up to put the soft tyre on, or is there a problem putting the tyre on? No, well, right. There you go. 25-second pit stop.
They dropped the car too early before the rear right tyre was on, it looked like.
Yeah, and plus he had to serve 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Right, so... And we are back under green flag racing. So, let me just try and get everything on the screen correct. So, the top 10 with, 18 laps to go. We're pretty much now 17 laps to go as we begin lap 46. So, it is Sainz leading, Norris in 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Russell 4th, Hamilton 5th, but Russell and Hamilton have both pitted an extra time. And now we're going to see if Mercedes can take that race win by going for this gamble. And then you've got Gasly 6th, Piastri 7th, Lawson 8th, Hulkenberg 9th, Zhou 10th, Verstappen on his fresh mediums, remember, is up to 11th. Albon 12th. Perez is now 13th. Magnussen is 14th. Magnussen now on soft tyres. And then Alonso 15th on soft tyres. Magnussen and Gasly reviewed. No further investigation for the forcing a driver off the track. Alonso 15th. Bottas 16th. And Sargent 17th. And Ocon and Tsunoda are out of this race. Of course, Stroll did not start. So, let me just get the tyres correct. Russell on medium. Hamilton on medium. And then everybody else in the top 10 on the hard except for Zhou, who's on the medium. Verstappen on the medium. Albon is on the medium. Perez on the medium. Magnussen on soft. Alonso on soft, and then Bottas and Sargent at the back are on the medium. So, here we go. Let's see if we're going to get classic end to this Singapore Grand Prix as we begin lap 47 out of 62. And George Russell does the fastest lap. And I was going to say, he has caught Leclerc by, I think, nearly or pretty much 2 seconds on that lap. And that is what the lap time difference really needs to be if he's going to overtake all three of Sainz, Norris, and Leclerc. As Russell...
Yeah, he's 1.7 seconds faster than Sainz on that lap. Of course, he needs to gain a second a lap to be in with a chance of overtaking Sainz.
Yep, yellow flag in Sector 3. And that is Alonso. Oh, what's he done? He looks like he's spun. Yep, he spun at turn 14. Oh, what a disaster for Alonso. His race has completely fallen apart. Normally, he's always having a great Singapore Grand Prix, but today it's been a complete nightmare. And yeah, it looked to me like he might have locked up the rear brakes under braking by the looks of that, and probably just gone deep. Alonso now last, as Verstappen right on the back of Zhou. Remember him, he's still out there catching the cars ahead of him on fresher tyres. So Alonso obviously at the back on the soft, as we are now on lap 48. As Max Verstappen has got past Zhou Guanyu, and I think he did it at turn 13. I just looked away for a second. But yeah, great move. Max Verstappen up to 10th. And now...
He did it the hairpin, yeah.
Yeah, as now Lewis Hamilton does a fastest lap of 1:35.8, and according to the AWS graphic on the broadcast, Russell will catch Leclerc in about 5 laps' time. And once he gets to the back of Leclerc, he's got to pass him straight away, really. As, yeah, Verstappen now, he's got Gasly, Piastri, Lawson, Hülkenberg ahead of him, and all of them, of course, on a hard tyre. And Alonso, he didn't even lock up and spin. He just went deep and I think locked up. Yeah, he did say on the radio a few laps ago, this car is undrivable. So clearly there is some fundamental problem going on in that car. As Carlos asking his team, how is this pace? And Ferrari respond, we need faster if you can until the end. As he's about to begin lap 49, he is 2 seconds clear pretty much of Lando Norris, but that's not the person he's fighting right now. As Verstappen, right on the back of Hülkenberg, he, I think, thought about going for a move at the hairpin, but Hülkenberg, I think, saw it coming. But now Verstappen gets past on the exit of the hairpin, lap 49, and Max up to 9th. Max probably will finish comfortably in 6th place, given he's on fresher and softer tyres. So, Max, of course, on the medium. Hülkenberg on the hard. Yeah, his next target is Liam Lawson, running in 8th place. And, well, if Lawson can just finish in the points, then what a race it has been. First Formula 1 points it would be. He was, I think it was only 5-6 seconds away from a point in Italy. And yeah, after this race, I think there is absolutely no chance that he won't be on the grid in 2024 for Lawson. What a debut in Formula 1, I guess you could call it. Not just, obviously, you know, his debut in Holland, but the couple races after. And right, so Russell now 6.2 seconds behind Leclerc. So yeah, he's probably another 3 laps, I would say, and then it will be game on in that fight for third, as we now are on lap 50 out of 62. And this would be a stunning performance by Mercedes and Russell if they were to pull this off. There's been, drivers in the past that have had fresh tyres here in plenty of other Singapore Grand Prix and haven't been able to overtake rival cars. It is just that hard here in Singapore. So if they can get this done, this would be a unbelievable race win for them. And it may even end up being a double podium yet. Lewis Hamilton, very quick out there, as well as Verstappen, just a second behind Lawson now.
Is it 2016 with Rosberg and Ricardo here?
Yeah. Ricardo, I think in the end he was about a second or 2 seconds behind. He had, it was like probably about 2 laps away from being able to win a particular race. It's very hard to do, especially, and I know they pitted under the virtual safety car, but the pit lane loss here is so massive, as pit exit incident involving Perez and Albon noted for a virtual safety car infringement. So that's going to be a penalty for those two.
Oh dear.
As Verstappen now right on the back of Lawson. And, I think Verstappen had a think then about diving down the inside of the hairpin, but he thought better of it. He now gets, though, DRS down to turn 14. And Lawson defends to the inside. Surprised, I'll be honest, that he's defending. But Verstappen gets a better exit, but Lawson still keeps him back and blocks him again. But Verstappen can't be stopped, surely. No, down the inside, and he gets the move done. That would have scared the living shit out of Helmut Marko in the Red Bull pits. As I think they're just now trying to replay. Good defense, but yeah, that could have been maybe in an alternate universe that could have gone very wrong. As I thought he was. He got a bit close there between Lawson and Verstappen. Verstappen getting close to the wall as well. So, thankfully, no major incident there. But Max up to 8th place. Russell 1.4 seconds quicker compared to Leclerc on that lap, as Perez and Albon will be investigated after the race for the VSC infringement. Not sure about that one, but there you go. As we're on lap 52 now, and Russell 2.3 seconds as we begin lap 52 behind Leclerc. And we'll see how quickly Russell can catch. Do you really think Russell can do this? Can overtake 3 cars? I think it's impossible. Surely not.
I think if there was only one car between them, I think it would be possible. To be honest, he's not that far off the lead, Chase. It's about 8 seconds or so. But I think just there, with it being so many cars to overtake, I don't think it will be quite possible.
Yeah. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think Russell can overtake Leclerc, Norris, and Sainz in the final 10 laps to win the Singapore Grand Prix? It would be one of the greatest wins we've seen in the last few years. Let's see if he can actually do it.
So Sainz did a personal best first sector on this current lap that they're on.
He's doing everything he can, and he'll be thanking his teammate massively after this race if Leclerc can hold up Russell even for just one lap. As Albon overtaken Zhou for 11th place. As now lap 53, officially 10 full laps remaining. And Russell within a second of Leclerc, and as when they go on to turn 7 in a moment, guys, he's got to get it done on this lap, really. As Perez has just passed Zhou as well. As they come through turn 5, I don't think he's close enough. Not bad run through that corner, but I'm not sure he's close enough to actually overtake. And no, he's definitely not close enough. So now Leclerc's got to block him to death.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance for Russell here, Chaz. I mean, only gained 8 tenths on that previous lap with Russell sort of being already affected by the dirty air, being that close to Leclerc.
Yeah, as we just had a yellow flag there briefly. Might have been... Oh, it was Valtteri Bottas. Sargent has just overtaken him. And Russell getting really close now. Bottas now to the back. And Russell, exit of the hairpin. He gets a very good exit. Leclerc's going to have to defend very well here to keep Russell behind. Defends to the inside. Russell will now go for the switchback on the exit of 14. And Leclerc slides the rear end. And Russell takes third. And now has to, as Hulkenberg's been overtaken by Albon and Perez out down the field. Leclerc tries to come back at Russell, but he can't do so as Hamilton is right there as well. So Russell up to third. And now he's got to catch Russell as quickly as... he's got to catch Norris as quickly as possible as Hamilton surely will be having a look at Leclerc into turn 7. He's very close through turn 3 as, yeah, Albon into the top 10 now, but of course has that investigation after the race. So Albon 10th, Perez 11th, Hulkenberg down to 12th. As Hamilton round the outside into turn 7, and Lewis Hamilton just about is up to 4th place. Leclerc, his race really has fallen apart for reasons that don't have to do with him, and he's down to 5th. So,
they really should have pitted Leclerc. Is all I'm saying. But
yeah,
Ferrari got a Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, I said it, I think, right before the virtual safety car come out that it's probably worth doing with them. But yeah, clearly disagreed. So, Hulkenberg down to 12th as they're just showing a replay of that overtake. And good overtake by Hamilton as Verstappen now right on the back of Oscar Piastri, who's had a brilliant race. He's obviously come up very high through the field from a low grid position that wasn't his fault. Can he keep Verstappen at bay? Probably not, but sure, he'll try his best. As we're on now lap 55. Lando Norris, by the way, starting to gain on 9th as Verstappen down the inside at turn 14. Piastri not defending, and, well, Verstappen much quicker, so can't blame him, really. So Verstappen in 7th, and now he's 5 seconds nearly behind Gasly, so he probably will catch Gasly before the end.
It's going to be really tight, Chaz.
Between what, the Russell? Or,
yeah.
Yeah, Russell 5 seconds, now just under 5 seconds behind Lando Norris, who's 1.2 behind Sainz. Yeah, this is going to be really close. What Russell needs, he needs to hope that Lando does not get within a second of Sainz. And then, I mean, passing Norris should be a lot easier, theoretically, because the McLaren is not as fast in a straight line. So, yeah, and then you've got Lewis Hamilton right behind Russell as well. They could theoretically get a 1-2, but yeah, what is going to happen in these last few laps? We'll find out in a few moments. Let me just quickly relegate Bottas down to 17th He had some sort of issue down the field. Alonso now up to 16th. Alonso, though, is struggling massively at the back with a handling imbalance. As we're on lap 56. And Russell, 3.7 behind Norris. And according to AWS, he will catch Norris in about 3 laps. And if he was to pass him in 3 laps, that would be then enough time to overtake Carlos Sainz for the win. So, yeah, he can absolutely do this. He's only 4.5 seconds behind Carlos Sainz with 7 or 6.5 now laps to go. God, this is going to be close. As Hamilton actually catching Russell. So, never know where Lewis could finish here. As Norris desperately trying to get within a second of Sainz. But he'll be looking in his mirrors very, very soon. Yeah, I wish we could just fast forward, to be honest. But 2 or 3 laps from now, because we're now just waiting for him to get to the back of Norris. Which, yeah, going to happen next couple laps. As Sainz now begins lap 57. Carlos, he's doing enough to keep Norris at bay, but is he doing enough to keep Russell at bay? Russell, 3.5 seconds behind Sainz with 6 full laps to go. As Carlos, I think being told gap to Lando, or Carlos maybe asking for the gap to Lando. As down to turn 7, Norris a bit closer this occasion. And that's really what might decide it in terms of will Russell win, is if Lando can get DRS assistance from the back of Sainz, because that will make it a bit harder for Russell to overtake immediately. Now he's under 2 seconds behind Norris.
He's a second and a half quicker every lap, Chaz. Russell really, really should do this.
Yeah, if he gets past Norris as quickly as he did Leclerc, as Verstappen trying to pass Gasly at turn 7, but Gasly defending quite well and aggressively. Yeah, if he passes Norris as quickly as he passed Leclerc, then I think he probably will just about pull this off. As Lando has just got within a second of Carlos. I don't know if he's got DRS necessarily, as Russell just over a second behind. And Hamilton just over a second. Oh my God, this could be the closest finish to a race in modern F1 history, as we have got now 5 full laps to go as Verstappen goes round the outside of Gasly at turn 14, and Norris now just half a second. He was briefly, but he is within a second of Carlos Sainz, and that is so important. And will Norris think about sending it? No, he's not close enough to Sainz. Russell on that occasion was he was not close enough to get DRS from the back of Norris. So yeah, fine margins here, as Verstappen obviously in 6th now on the medium, Gasly in 7th. Gasly having a much better race compared to qualifying, as Lando really closing up to the back of Sainz. Could McLaren take their first win? Could Lando Norris, remember, take his first win? He's never won in Formula 1, but he's got 2 very fast silver arrows right behind him, and Russell really closing up now. And we've got...
Sainz said he's giving Norris DRS on purpose, by the way.
Right. As the front 4 separated by literally nothing, as we're about to begin lap 59 of 62. Who out of Sainz, Norris, Russell and Hamilton will win the Singapore Grand Prix? As How close is Norris? Looks kind of close. Hamilton really close to the back of Russell through turn 4 there, but he's dropped back a bit in the dirty air now. What kind of run does Russell get on Norris? Yellow flag in sector 2. Not sure who that is for. Still a yellow flag. I think it's maybe to do with Alex Albon. Yep, it is. He's dropping down the field. I think Albon might have had an accident or just gone down an escape road. Yeah, he's green flag now, so he's probably just gone down an escape road or something, as he's now down to 14th. As the top 4 separated by 1.3 seconds. And Norris not as close to Sainz on this occasion. Can Russell vitally get a good exit? He does! Norris, I think, will have to defend hard into 14. Yes, he will! George Russell! To the outside he goes. He tries to get a better exit, and he does get a better exit. Is it good enough? It is! Just about. And Russell! Oh, no, he didn't get the inside line. Norris had enough speed, and he keeps him at bay. That might win Carlos Sainz the Singapore Grand Prix as they come into the final couple corners, as Hamilton is all over the back of his teammate at the beginning of lap 60, as Perez and Albon noted for causing a collision. So that's probably Perez on Albon. And Russell, he's got to pass him on this lap. It has to happen on this lap. If he doesn't pass him on this lap, then Carlos will win this race. Hamilton, to be honest,
no DRS though.
No, as Hamilton looks closer to Russell than Russell is to Norris. And Norris has DRS. Crucial. And that, I think, is going to decide it, surely. That Russell won't be able to catch Carlos Sainz. As Hamilton looks so much quicker. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a move there on Russell into turn 9. I think Russell might have seen it and gone slightly wide through that corner as Zhou Guanyu has dropped down randomly down to 14th place. As, right, on the exit of 14, how close is Russell this time around? And, yeah, Norris getting that DRS, which is so crucial. And I think Carlos may have deliberately slowed down a bit in the first sector.
100%, Chaz. A tactical masterclass by Carlos Sainz here. Yeah,
because he should have been about a second and a half clear, at least, going into the beginning of lap 60. So that is brilliant by Sainz, if that is indeed what he did, which I'm pretty sure he did. As we're now about to begin the penultimate lap in Singapore. Can Norris hang on to second place? A vital position it would be for McLaren. As Perez overtakes Lawson for 9th. Perez starting to make progress. As Norris still has the DRS, but Russell looks a bit closer this time round, but he's not anywhere near close enough. Carlos Sainz managing this race beautifully out front, and that might just about give him victory in Singapore. But we've still got, I know it's only a lap and a half to go, but that is an eternity for these drivers. As Russell and Hamilton still desperately trying to find any gap they can to pass at least the McLaren. As Hamilton saying Russell needs to pick up the pace if he can. Hamilton has looked quicker behind Russell and does have the fastest lap of the race. As Russell kind of getting close into turn 14. And he's going to get a decent run to the chicane, but it won't be good enough to overtake. As Carlos Sainz still in the lead. And Norris will still get DRS assistance. As we now begin the final lap of a brilliant Singapore Grand Prix. Can the Mercedes at least get second? and maybe even third from this race on the final lap? We're about to find out. I think Carlos Sainz has got this race wrapped up, surely. What a drive from him. But as Norris held on to second, as Russell, good exit from turn 5. He's just not close enough. He cannot get close enough for a dive there, which I'm sure he's desperate to go for. As maybe into turn 14, they'll be able to overtake, as Hulkenberg has now dropped to 13th in these final few corners. George Russell goes straight on. I didn't quite see what happened there, but George Russell straight on into the barriers at turn 10, and Russell is out of the Singapore Grand Prix. Wow, as Carlos Sainz is about to win here in Singapore as we come to the final chicane. He had his first win in Silverstone last year. It was a bit of a lucky win, but this one, definitely not lucky. What a drive from Carlos Sainz, who takes Ferrari's first win of 2023 and his first win of 2023. And Red Bull and Max Verstappen's streak has been broken. The empire of Formula One has been overthrown just for 1 week, as it's Sainz winning from Norris second. Lewis Hamilton will finish in third, and then it will be Leclerc fourth, Verstappen fifth, Gasly sixth, Piastri seventh, Perez eighth, Lawson ninth, Magnussen 10th, and George Russell will end up at the very back. Did you see what happened with Russell?
I think he clipped the wall.
Oh, the inside wall?
Yeah, he clipped the outside wall. Yeah.
Oh, that's such a poor mistake, if that's what he's done. Wow.
Oh, but how was Verstappen not fifth after everything?
Yeah.
He nearly had fourth.
Yeah, that... Yeah, what a...
But no, what a win by Carlos Sainz. I mean, anyone who had sort of doubted him at Ferrari, I mean, hold your head in shame. This guy deserves to be at Ferrari. He's been fantastic this season, and wow, what a drive that was in the end. To have the presence of mind in these horrible conditions that they've got to drive in Singapore, to have the presence of mind to back off and to give Norris the DRS to make sure he doesn't get overtaken by Russell. Because the gap, I think, was 1.5 seconds as they crossed the finish line. So he would have certainly have backed off to let Norris get back within a second to get the DRS. So just great presence of mind by Carlos Sainz.
And as well, under that pressure, last couple laps, and to know exactly where the detection point is, that is a unbelievable management. And I can see a couple of people in the chat saying smooth operator. That was definitely a very smooth operation by Sainz. What a deserved win. He was brilliant in Monza, and he's been the driver of the weekend here in Singapore. He has topped every session this weekend except for I think practice 1, as there is Russell's car in the barriers. Wow. We thought he was going to win, and he's ended up 16th.
With his car on fire.
Yeah.
Well, not now. Which as I said that the marshal put the fire out. But wow, what a race, Chaz. I mean, seriously, after this summer break, the races have been ridiculous.
Yeah, if Formula One has woken up.
It truly has, and I know I was a little bit critical of the Netherlands race at the time, but I think that's just because I was so goddamn tired. But wow, that was a great Grand Prix. I mean, probably one of the better Singaporean Grand Prix I can remember.
Yeah, it's arguably you could say it's the best in terms of drama, especially in those final 20, 25 laps or so. A lot going on.
Because we've had close races before here. I mean, Alonso and Vettel was, what year was that? Was it 2011 or 12? Like, that was a great race, but I mean, I don't think we've ever had that level of drama with 4 cars within 2 seconds of each other. But for the last 5 laps, that was mega stuff.
Yeah, that right there, that's what we've been missing. Obviously, a couple of years ago, we had it a bit too regular for what we normally get in Formula One. But yeah, that was a great race. And for me, definitely race of the year. And great to see that finally someone has broken Red Bull's streak, and still the wait goes on to see if any team in Formula One will ever win every race in a season. I legitimately thought Red Bull were going to do it, but yeah, they were stopped. Well, they stopped themselves really in the end, and yeah,
they'll be back at Suzuka. But I mean, Suzuka can be quite bumpy, can't it? So, let's see how they go.
As well, if they've got rear end problems, it'll be interesting to see how they're doing the first sector in the S's.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it really is down to the track and the ride height issues that they've been having here. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But I mean, I don't think we should really be talking about Red Bull. I mean, Ferrari, they didn't bottle it.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, Ferrari obviously, they have a history of bottling it, but I think today you've got to give credit to them for getting the strategy, all good. And with Sainz, the perfect race. He didn't put a foot wrong in this race, and he wasn't. Maybe there was a few laps where he had a comfortable lead, but really for the entire race, he had someone right behind him. So to deal with that pressure at a racetrack where it's so physically and mentally demanding, again, that is such a great drive. So yeah, massive congratulations, Carlos Sainz. Of course, I will start up a driver of the day vote in the chat in a moment. Right, who's your driver of the day? For me, it's definitely Carlos Sainz.
Oh yeah, 100% Carlos Sainz. We haven't mentioned Lawson, maiden points in F1.
Yep, 9th place. That's amazing drive from him. Great, obviously, from Piastri, 17th to 7th. Gasly, 12th to 6th. Obviously, his teammate and Russell going out of the race helps that, but yeah, still good drives from them. Haas ended up with a point somehow. Don't know how, but they did. And they might even get more yet, and Lawson might get more yet, because Perez is under investigation for that VSC infringement. Plus, Perez was noted for causing a collision with Alex Albon, so yeah, might get better for Lawson and Magnussen yet, maybe even Albon. Yeah, what a race we've just seen there. And yeah, do you think this is race of the year? Are you there?
Oh, I'm thinking. I'm not sure. I mean, I thought Monza was pretty bloody good, to be fair.
Yeah, it was really good, that one.
Because I mean, like, obviously, like, the first 5 to 10 laps were pretty good, even though you didn't see too much. But then it was, I think it's got to be this. I think it's got to be this race.
Yeah,
race this season so far for sure.
I think the drama, especially in those final few laps, that was I think that'd have to be race of the season for me. And yeah, one of the best we've ever seen in Singapore. I think everyone coming into today's race, because of the grid mixed up the way it was kind of hoping for that. So good to see that we got a great race delivered when we were expecting one. Because normally this year we've expected a great race and then massively under-delivered. But yeah, I'm guessing you have to head off. It's like 5 a.m. where you are, isn't it?
What are you smoking? It's midnight, man.
Oh right, right.
It's not even late. No, I mean, I'm happy to stay a little bit longer if you need me to.
Yeah, you can stay if you want, definitely.
I'm doing nothing, so
Yeah.
other than watching your terrible football team.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got that switched on now. I know it's second half's about to begin soon. Right, let me just do this poll quickly. Who do you think is driver of the day for 2023 Singapore Grand Prix? Of course, yeah, the results of the Perez investigation and Albon as well as under investigation. We're not going to find out the results of that probably for another couple hours at least. So drives of the day. I'll go. The options will be Sainz. Yeah, Sainz. Gasly. I'll put in there. Piastri. And I don't know who I'd put as a fourth option. You know what? I'm going to put Ocon in there because I thought he had a really good race and he was heading for a great result until, you know, the team did what he did. So, yeah. For me, definitely Sainz. And I expect he'll win that vote. But let us know in the chat who you think driver of the day is. Yeah. So, let's just get into a few of the talking points from that very quickly.
Norris said he hit the wall as well.
All right.
So then Russell followed him, and then it's actually, I assume, broken his suspension.
Yeah. I think
Wow.
someone did that a few years ago. I can't remember. Might have been a qualifying session here.
I remember, yeah.
Someone turned in way too early. I think maybe Grosjean or someone like that from a few years ago. But someone did, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Grosjean crash searches on YouTube, so let me find it.
But yeah, that's what happened with Russell there at the end was just so surprising. I looked away for a second, I looked back, and then Russell just both brakes locked up and going straight into the wall, and I was like, oh my, what on earth? My first thought was that Lewis Hamilton had veered into the back of him. I'll be honest, because I know Hamilton was like, can he pick up the pace? Because I think Lewis was actually quicker there than Russell. And it would have been interesting to see, if Hamilton was ahead of Russell, would have been interesting to see whether Lewis would have been able to overtake Lando at least. And maybe even get after Sainz.
Listen, mate, the Silver Wars are back. That's all I'm saying on Twitter right now, is that the Silver Wars are back.
Yeah.
Hamilton fans are not happy.
When are they ever happy?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Russell, as of late, he's been in really good form as of late. He was nearly half a second quicker than Hamilton yesterday. So yeah, it'd be great if we saw them two having a rivalry. But yeah, what to get into in that race? Of course, I think we've already talked enough about the Russell, and I'm sure we'll see clips of it later. Obviously, yeah, again, what a drive by Carlos Sainz. A good drive from Norris and Hamilton. I think they, their pace was good, but I mean, to get to the positions they got into, they didn't really have to do that much, to be honest. Lando, of course, jumped Leclerc in the pit lane because Leclerc was held up. So, yeah. Verstappen, a great result considering how it was looking for a while for him. But, yeah, obviously, Red Bull don't race to finish in fifth. Gasly, great race. I would love to see the Perez Albon incident, but they never showed it, which is annoying. And then yeah, great race from Lawson, Magnussen, somehow ended up in the points. I still don't know. There was a lot of overtaking going on down the field in the last few laps that we never saw. So, yeah.
And for good reason today, to be fair. At
Yeah.
least there was actually a bit of action at the front happening, instead of like usual.
As we're just seeing the drivers or Sainz and Norris watching they're showing the highlights in the drivers cool down room. Wonder if they'll show Russell's crash. Hamilton just joined them in there. Of Hamilton getting pushed out by Perez. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff to talk about from that race. What to talk about first? Well, the Mercedes. I mean, it's great saying in hindsight, well, they should have stayed out, but they gave themselves a much better chance of winning. And if Russell had passed Norris on like lap 60, he would have had a 50-50 chance of passing Sainz for the win on the final lap, say. So I don't think you can blame Mercedes for taking that risk. I think it was worth the risk. Again, Mercedes, like Ferrari, like Red Bull, and I hope the same mentality runs through McLaren. They don't race to finish in second. They race to win. And they went for the best option to win, and they did come very close to that. And Lando Norris happy with that second place. Great holding on from Lando, and also his pace today. McLaren's pace very strong in the race. Just a shame Lando didn't have a better grid position, because I think maybe if he started third or second, we could have seen Lando take that first F1 win of his career that still is elusive for him. But I'm sure he will get it very soon, because he's easily good enough to win races. Yeah.
Just on Mercedes strategy. I mean, it's very un-Mercedes like. I mean, I don't think you would have seen them doing this very often. When James Vowles was head of strategy at Mercedes, I don't think they very often take a risk like that. It's very much what Red Bull used to do when they were up against Mercedes. They'd do just anything different to try and win, try and beat their competitor, and it very nearly paid off today. I mean, I think they absolutely made the right call, didn't they? I mean, if Norris wasn't there, which is why I said just one too many cars in front, and yeah, just wasn't able to get the job done. But I mean, you got to say it was absolutely the right decision to pit, and I mean, yeah, it certainly made the race a lot better, didn't it?
Yeah. It was
because I mean, otherwise they would have just sat behind Sainz and finished P2.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the result they were heading for, second and fourth. Again, it's more points than they've come out with, but again, they raced to win. And if Norris had not been there, I mean, they could have had a 1-2 today. If they were just having to overtake Leclerc and then Sainz. So yeah, it was absolutely worth going for that. And I don't think they anticipated that Norris would get within a second of Sainz and that Sainz would do what he did, because there's other drivers in the past that have not necessarily done that, where they've let the car behind them. Yes, get in. Sorry, Chelsea have just scored. Oh no, we have. Sorry, forget that.
Oh,
forget that.
I was about to get excited because I got Sterling in my fantasy Premier League team, and I know he's about to take this free kick.
Yeah, it was a great free kick, but Will found side, I think.
Oh, that was a great free kick by Sterling. Yeah, teased me, you bastard.
Yeah, with and it nearly went over the line as well. I thought it did initially. What was I going to say? Yeah, there's drivers in the past when they've been having to defend from cars behind on fresher tires, and there are cars in between them and those cars with fresher tires. We've seen in the past the drivers haven't not necessarily done that, where they've allowed the car behind them to get DRS to protect themselves. So yeah, I don't think Mercedes were anticipating Carlos to do that. I think they were probably thinking that Carlos would probably just try and run off into the distance and build a gap, but he wasn't able to do that, and then rightfully, in the end, decided to protect himself with his good friend, who I think Lando knew he was probably never going to overtake Carlos because the McLaren can't overtake the Ferrari in a straight line. So yeah, Mercedes were definitely right to do what they did on strategy. With Hamilton though, who I think did end up with the fastest lap and was quicker than Russell after the second pit stops of Mercedes. Do you think if Hamilton was the one ahead of Russell, do you think he would have got it done? Because I think he was about 0.1, 0.2 quicker than Russell on average.
I think if you were being really, really ruthless, I think on lap 60, you'd let Hamilton go ahead of Russell. Because, I mean, it looked pretty clear from watching that Hamilton tires were in a bit of a better situation than George's. I mean, you could see that he could really follow a lot better than what Russell could. So yeah, if you're being really, really ruthless, yes, but I don't think it would have been the right decision at the time.
Yeah, I mean Russell wouldn't have listened anyway. There's no way Russell would have let Hamilton pass.
It would have been bullshit. I mean, like if you, I mean, I'm talking like in an ideal world where everyone is a robot and will just say yes. So
yeah. I mean,
oh God.
if it was if in that situation it was Bottas and Hamilton and Bottas was ahead, I think maybe Valtteri, definitely more of a chance he would have let Lewis through. But I think you'd find very few drivers who would have actually, if Mercedes had told Russell that. There's very few drivers
it's something
that
should have never have happened.
Yeah,
it should have never have happened. But I'm just like in a bit of hindsight, like you're being super harsh and super critical. That might have been the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it in the past. But again, there's very few examples of it. There was actually one. What was it? And it was that Monaco race that Hamilton won ahead of Ricciardo. I'm still baffled by it. I'd love to ask Rosberg why he let Hamilton through. Do you remember that when Rosberg?
Hamilton. Because Rosberg was about 5 seconds a lap slower than Hamilton.
But it's like he's your title rival and you hate him, but you're going to let him go through anyway. I was like, why are you letting him through?
To be fair, that was right at the start of this season, though. Like it was a little bit before things started to get really heated in that particular season.
Yeah. If I was,
I think Nico probably felt very comfortable at that stage as well, because I mean he did have a bit of a gap after the first was it 4 races?
Yeah.
So.
And I think the race before they crashed in Spain. So obviously Hamilton had a bad start that year, but yeah, if I was Rosberg, I would in that race I would not have let him through at all. No chance. No, I've let him through. If fighting him for the title, and no way. Still baffles me from that perspective, especially given how towards the end they absolutely despised each out about that. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if this is real, but talking to Rosberg, I don't think he hasn't been there this weekend with Sky, but I think recently, maybe this was photoshopped, but someone posted on Twitter where Sky had a graphic where they put up Rosberg's name and it just said Hamilton's teammate 2013 to 2016. I hope that's not real.
All right, I've just seen. I've That's got to be a Photoshop, surely. I've just seen a replay, by the way, of what Perez has done to Albon. Perez is 100% getting a penalty.
What did he do? Was it turn 14? I'm guessing.
It was at the hairpin, and
Oh.
he's just dived up the inside, and he's T-boned Albon.
Oh right, yeah. Well,
I mean, we don't have Perez's on board, but I mean, it looks very much like Checo's at fault.
Yeah, let me just check quickly. Because
I'll send it to you on Twitter, actually, so you can.
Yeah, I just want to see how far Perez finished ahead of Albon in 11th. Because if he gets a penalty, so Perez. Wow, is that real? Finished? That can't be. It says here he finished 20 seconds nearly ahead of Albon in 11th. Probably true. Yeah, I thought they were all very close to each other, but yeah, Perez. He ended up finishing apparently 11.5 seconds clear of Lawson, even though he passed him with like 3 laps to go. So I have no idea what happened at the end there.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe Lawson on the final lap did a 1:42.3. Perez did a 1:38.1.
That's a bit slow.
Verstappen finished 0.264 behind Leclerc. So he was right there just through the final couple corners. That would have been funny if Verstappen finished 4th. And his final lap was a 38.1 as well. So Red Bull suddenly became Red Bull again in the final 5 laps.
There was a lap where Leclerc and Russell were having their squabble that Verstappen was the fastest car on track. I'm like, there we are.
Yeah, I think Max, when he passed Gasly, he must have been 20 seconds at least behind Leclerc. So yeah, that would have been a gigantic gain of time. Probably what, 2.5 seconds a lap or something.
Yeah, I can check. Just let me load up the live timing.
But ended up, 0.8 of a second in the end, the gap between Sainz and Norris. Hamilton ended up only 4.5 tenths behind Norris when they came over the line. And then Leclerc was about 20 seconds behind Hamilton. And Bottas, we didn't see what happened to Bottas, but it said that Bottas stopped. So Russell did actually finish ahead of Bottas in 16th. So Alonso finished last in 15th.
I couldn't believe it, right? Bottas was like 16th on 30-lap-old hard tyres. Like he was doing exactly what Red Bull did, but like he was in 16th or 17th, and they hadn't pitted him.
Yeah, I didn't even say it on stream because I just assumed they were just going to bring him in straight away. But yeah, I have no idea what they were doing.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, so lap 58, Verstappen is 14 seconds behind Leclerc. Leclerc was doing a 1:40.2. That was the lap he had all the battling, I think, to be fair. But then his pace stayed at 1:40s. So, yeah. Quite lucky at the end to finish in P4.
Yeah, he did
those tyres must have been absolutely dead.
Yeah, on the final lap he did a 1:40.9, and yeah, Max nearly 3 full seconds quicker. Fernando Alonso, he was on, of course, fresh soft tyres just to prove how bad his pace was in the end. On the final lap, he did a 1:44.2. no idea what happened to Aston Martin, but he said it on the radio. His car was undrivable. Maybe that's related to that off-track moment. I don't know, but something was wrong, clearly.
Well, they might have had like some braking issues because I mean, he obviously did go off at turn one when I think he did have like a little rear lockup, and then on the softs he just didn't make the corner again. So it may be a braking issue, but I suppose we'll see after the race. But I probably should head off and let you wrap things up now, mate. So
cheers
thanks for having
coming
me on as usual.
Yeah,
and we'll see you bright and early next week, eh?
yeah.
6 it'll be at 6 a.m. Yeah, 3 p.m. here in Australia. How beautiful!
Yeah. Well, the only positive is my sleeping pattern is, wake up at 4 p.m. and go sleep at like 7 a.m. So.
Bro, it's the same as me.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. And we'll see you bright and early for Japan. I think I'll be going. I think I'll be going live next Sunday at 4 a.m. here in the UK.
Oh, out, man.
So,
I will jump on it earlier if you need me.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. And I'll chat to you later and see you next week.
Yeah. All right. Thanks to everyone in the chat as usual. Have a good rest of your days, guys. Bye.
See you later. Bye. And cheers for him coming on. Great to witness, obviously, the race we have today. And a brilliant day. And I think today was a lot more reminiscent of what we had a couple of years ago in 2021, where we had races, but today was just so drama filled, and that's what really made for a great race in the end. But yeah, what a day, guys. I am going to bring the stream to an end in a few moments time. But before I do, let me just quickly finish up the poll in the chat, because you guys have been voting on who you think driver of the day is for this Singapore Grand Prix. So let me finish up that poll. So 115 votes, and I have asked you, who do you think is driver of the day for the 2023 Singapore Grand Prix? And by 86% of the vote, that is a massive amount, you guys have voted for Carlos Sainz. And then Piastri only on 6%, and then Gasly and Ocon on 3%. Yeah, pretty clear that Carlos Sainz was the driver of the day today. Right, so before I go, just an update. These are the next 2 pieces of content on the channel. I'll be back on Thursday night for the Japanese Grand Prix weekend preview live at 8 p.m. UK time. And then what I've decided, guys, is because, as I just admitted, what are you going to call it? Maybe I should admit that, but my sleeping pattern is horrendous compared to a lot of people. Because of that, I am going to be covering practice 1 and practice 2 on early Friday morning. So a few hours after that weekend preview, I'll be live again for the practice 1 watch along from 3:15 a.m. UK time until 4:45, and then I'll be live later again a few hours later for practice 2. I think I'll be live for practice 2 at 6:45 a.m. UK time, and then I'll be live probably until just after 8 a.m. and then that'll be me done. Then live later again on Friday for a qualifying preview. So yeah, that's my plan for Japan. And then obviously on Saturday morning, we'll be doing the practice 3 and qualifying watch along, and then the same next Sunday, a lot earlier in the day, of course, for the race preview and race watch along. And there'll be a stream on the Monday reviewing the topics of the weekend and just what's happened over the last couple races. So make sure to join me for all of that. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this for constant F1 updates. Before you go, make sure to smash the like button. 142 likes. Thank you so much for those likes. Make sure to smash the like button if you have not already before you go. It does help the channel in the algorithm. Make sure to follow me on Twitter if you want to keep up with the content on this channel. You can find me on Twitter at ChazHD5. You have a Twitter account, or it's ChazHD on Twitter. And then, yeah, we've got the Discord server as well, a great place for notifications of my videos and streams. Link either in the chat being posted or down below in the description. Make sure to join the Discord if you want to keep up with the goings on of the channel. But thank you for the Singapore Grand Prix weekend, guys, and until the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka and my weekend preview on Thursday night at 8 PM UK time, it has been me, Dazza HD. Goodbye.